Today we're going to be building out the My Properties screen. So let's get started. Here I'm in my server code. So I'm just going to head to my property route and we're going to add two new functions to this route. So our first function is going to be called get properties by user ID, and it's going to take in a context, and we need to get the ID passed in with the parameters. So based upon that ID, we need to query our database for all of the properties associated with that user ID, and we need to get the apartments associated with those properties as well. And if we get an error during this, we'll send the user that we got an error. Otherwise, we will just send the user the properties. Now let's head to main.go and let's register a new get endpoint. And we are going to have it be user ID followed by the user ID, and we'll point it to the function that we just created. Now go back to property, and next we need to create a function called delete property. It's going to take in a context as well, and it's also going to have parameters which contain an ID, except that this ID is going to be for the property. And based upon that ID, we're going to delete the property within our database, which has that ID. And then if we get an error, we're going to send the user that we got an error. Otherwise, we will just send them a status code of 204, which means no content. Now let's go back to main.go. And here we're going to register a new delete endpoint, which we'll just expect an ID for the parameters. And we will pass it the delete property function that we just created. So those are all the changes that we're going to make to our server in this video. So just start it up. And now let's navigate to our application code. So here I am in my constants file. And before we get started on building out any UI, let's add our new endpoints to this endpoints object. So the first one is going to be get properties by user ID. And the second will be delete property. So with those added, let's go ahead and create our new screen. So go into your screens folder and create a new one called My Properties Screen. And in it, let's import style sheet, text, and screen, and then export your component, returning a screen with some text which just says My Properties Screen for now. And beneath that, let's create our styles. Now let's go into our index file and add this screen to the navigation. And this is going to be in the modal stack group. So down at the bottom here, beneath edit property, let's add a new screen with the name of My Properties. The component is going to be the My Properties screen, and the options are going to have a header shown as false. And let's import this screen. Now let's go to our types file, and underneath edit property, let's add My Properties, and it's going to be undefined. And then one thing we forgot to do in last video is just get rid of this property ID. So this is going to be undefined for add property. Now with that done, let's head to the account screen so that we can navigate to the My Properties screen. So let's go there, and then pretty much anywhere where it says view my properties or view my residences, we're just going to navigate to the My Properties screen. So here we'll say navigation.navigate to My Properties. Let's say that one. Here where it says my residences, we'll do the same thing. And then for the last rental management buttons, here where it says view my properties, we will do the same thing. And with that implemented, let's go to the account screen and test it out. And it seems to be working. So let's start to build out the UI for this screen. So in getting started on building out the My Properties screen, let's first navigate there, and then let's import a few new items. So the first one is going to be use navigation from React Navigation Next is going to be the use query hook from React Query. And then let's go create some new variables. So we'll say const navigation is equal to use navigation. And then we also need to import the use auth hook from our local hooks because we want to know if there's a user. So here we'll say const user is equal to use auth. And if no user exists, then we will return to the user that they need to go to the sign up or sign in screen. So that's going to auto import for us. Now underneath the user, let's create a new query. It's going to be called properties, and we'll give it the key of my properties. And for the function, we need to see if the user is available and exists. And if they are, we need to make a GET request to get all of the properties by the user ID, passing in the user's ID. Now let's import Axios and endpoints and properties, or property. And I'm going to move this up. And underneath this user condition, let's make a new condition so that if the properties query is loading or is fetching, we will return the loading component. So let's import that from our local components as well. In our screen component, let's create a new condition to check if properties.data.data exists and its length is greater than 0. Then we will just return a text component with the JSON stringified of the property data. So within this, we'll say JSON.stringify properties.data.data. And if it doesn't exist, we will just return this text. So let me clean this up a bit. And here we go. So here we can see that I have one property for this specific user. So that looks good and all. We're actually getting data. So now we just need to make this data look pretty so that the user can interact with it. So to get started with that, let's import flatlist from React Native. And instead of displaying these stringified properties, let's display a flat list instead. And the data for this flat list is going to be equal to this property data. We are going to want to render a card, so let's render that out. And here we can see that we are getting an error because this current property does not have the rent low field. So let's go to our card, and we're going to go to the card information and make some changes here. And now we need to make a condition so that we only render this row if property rent low exists and property rent high exists. Here we'll say property.tags ? Else null. Now here we can change this to a capital ID. So with those changes made, we can now see what our card looks like. Now we aren't going to want to display this for whenever the property owner is looking at the card. They aren't going to want to email themselves or call themselves. And if there isn't an image, we'd like to show that there is no image. So I'm just going to go to my web browser and search for an image which specifies that no image exists, and go ahead and download one of these images, whichever you see fit. I downloaded mine and placed it into my assets folder, and I called it no image, that's important because if we go into the card again, and then we go to our image carousel, we're going to want to display that no image whenever no images exist. So here, let's say images, and images.length is greater than 0. And that's when we're going to want to render out the flat list. Otherwise, we are going to want to render out a pressable image, which displays the image that we just downloaded. So for that, we need to specify, we need to require the image within our assets folder, in the images folder, and the name of that image was noimage.jpg. So noimage.jpeg. And here we can see that we are now displaying that there is no image. So that is working. Now we just need to change the information shown about the card. So that's going to be in the card information component. And currently this stuff is what we want to display whenever the property is not owned by a specific user. So let's just abstract this into its own little component. We'll call that default info. And here we're just gonna return a fragment. And within that fragment, we're gonna have everything within here, within this view. So let's cut that and paste it in here. And now within this view, we're going to say my property, and we need to make that a prop within this component. So let's add it, my property, and that should be optional, and it's going to be a Boolean. So my property question mark else, then we want to display default info. Now for what we want to display when it's my property, that component is going to be called my property info. So let's finish out this conditional logic, and then we can start to build out the my property info. So here, let's say my property info. And so that we can see it whenever we're building it, let's go and add this to the image carousel. Or no, it's going to be in the card. So we're going to have to pass down through this card the my property prop. And then here in my property screen, let's say that my property is true. And here for card information, we'll say that my property is equal to my property. Okay, so now we can actually start to build out this my property info component. We need to render out some text, and if the property has a name, then we will just display that name. Otherwise, we will display the address. So let's import getState abbreviation here. And underneath that, we'll create a new row, and we'll create a new style for this row called row line, which aligns items to center. And if the property has apartments, we need to display the number of units. And next to that, we will display a button which says manage units. Next, let's import divider from UIKitten. And underneath our row, let's display a divider, and that style is just going to have a background color of theme color-gray. And finally, underneath that, we'll display a row, and within that row, we'll have text displaying whether or not the property is on the market, and a button to activate or deactivate depending on its current market status. And of course, we need to go into our property type and add this field. And it's going to be an optional Boolean. So here above below stars rather, we will add that field, and that's going to be a Boolean. Now let's go back. So now we just need to go into the card again. Whenever this card is shown, we want to show an ellipses in the top right of the card so that the user can press on that and either edit the property or delete the property. So that's really only going to exist on this card whenever my property is present. So let's add that in. So here we're going to need to import touchable opacity from React Native, and then import material community icons. And underneath card information, we will make a condition, and if my property is true, we will display a touchable opacity, which is just a material community icon of an ellipses. And whenever that gets pressed, we need to open a modal, which will display edit property and delete property. And let's create the style for that. The name for this is going to be ellipses, and it's going to have these different fields. And now we just need to import theme and create the open modal state, or rather that's going to be a function, but it's going to turn on and off a state. So let's import useState from React. And then let's create our state variable for showing the modal. The function open modal is going to set show modal to true, and then close modal will set show modal to false. And there we can see the ellipses in the top right of the card. So now whenever that gets pressed, we just need to display a modal. So we need to import modal from UIKitten, and we're going to import button as well. Now underneath this condition, we'll display a modal, and that's going to have a style of backdrop, which just sets the background color to this. And within that modal, we'll have a view, which has this for the styles. And then within that, we'll have two buttons, one for editing the property and one for deleting the property. So now we just need to import view, and this should work. So let's test that out. And here we can see that it works. Now we just need to create the functions for whenever the user presses edit property and delete property. So when the user presses edit property, we're going to want to take them to the edit property screen. So let's import use navigation and create your navigation variable. Then create a function called handle edit property, which navigates to the edit property screen, passing in the property ID, and then calls close modal. And now for the edit property button, let's pass that in for the onPress function. So that's handle edit property. And for the delete property, we need to create a new mutation. So let's go and import use mutation. And we're also going to need to import use query client. Now let's create our query client. And we need to import Axios as well, along with our endpoints. And let's change this to spell correctly. Now let's create the delete property mutation for the function. We're going to call the delete property endpoint, passing in the property ID. And for the onMutate function, we are going to optimistically update the myProperties query. So we need to cancel all queries for myProperties and then get the previous properties. And if that exists, then we need to filter out for the current property ID and then set myProperties to the filtered array. And at the end, we will return the previous properties. And if an error occurs and previous properties exist, then we would like to set my properties to the previous properties. And whenever this is settled, we need to invalidate the queries for my properties. Now we'll create a function for deleting the property, which we'll just call deleteProperty.mutate and then close the modal. And let's pass that in for the onPressed event for the delete property button. So handle delete property. And let's test this out. So whenever we delete that, we get shown the My Property screen. And now we just need to build out this screen so that it says, hey, you don't have any properties, go and add some. So that's going to be back in the My Property screen. And also we're going to need to fill out some more of this flat list. So let's do that before we change anything. So for the key extractor, we are going to be using the ID. So item, and then item.id.toString. Shows vertical scroll indicator is going to be false. And that about sums it up for right now. We're going to add a list header, but first let's get this squared away. So instead of displaying this text, let's render out a fragment. And within this, we'll have a modal header. The X is going to be shown, and the text will read the text that you've put. So here, let's import it. Now let's import view. And we already have text here, so I think that's all we'll need. No, we'll need button as well. And we have navigation, so we should be good. Well, and we'll also need Lottie view, so that's going to be from Lottie React Native. And underneath this, we'll render out a view. Within this view, we'll have a Lottie, which is just going to be set to the add property Lottie that we got in an earlier video. And let's go and add some styles to that. So that's going to have these styles. And we're going to need to add a style to this view. And it will have a margin top of 30 and margin horizontal of 10. So let's add that. Properties. Now underneath the Lottie, let's display some text saying you have no properties and add a property and start renting. Those are going to have these different styles. And underneath that text, let's add a button to navigate to the add property screen. And that button will have a margin top of 20. Now we can click it and add a new property. And now we can go to the view my properties, and there we can see it. So above this list, we'd like to display two buttons, one for refreshing the properties and then one for adding a new property. So we will access that through the list header component for the flat list. So for this, we'll need to import ntypo from Expo vector icons. We'll need to import theme. And we'll also need to import material community icons. And because we are going to have a button to add another property, let's just create a function which navigates to that screen, and then we can reuse it. Here we'll say add property navigation, and then down below we can just call that here. And we're going to be recalling it in here. So with that done, we'll create a button, and it will have an accessory left of ntypo, and pretty much whenever it's pressed, we need to call add property navigation to add a new property. And let's go and create the style for this. It will just align self to flex start and have a margin vertical of 5. And underneath that, we will just have a button to refetch. which just calls properties.refetch when it's pressed. So let's go and add a new property. And let's go back to view my properties, and there we can see we just need to add a little space to the cards and we should be good. So here in these styles, let's create one for the card, and that's just going to have a margin vertical of 10, and let's go and add that to the card. So style is equal to styles.card. And we need to actually pass in an onPress function to the card so that whenever it's pressed, it navigates to this certain property. So for the onPress event, we will just navigate to the edit property screen, passing in the ID of the property. And let's test that out. And there we go. And let's delete a property real quick. And here we can delete another one. And there we go. In today's video, we're going to be building out the edit property screen, or at least we're going to be building out the first part. And then we will be doing some refactoring at the end of the video. So let's go ahead and get started. So here in the edit property screen, just navigate here, and then also make sure that you have your server running, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to get here. And make sure that you have a property within your database so that you can actually get to this screen in app. So with all those prerequisites out of the way, let's get started. Now, first thing we ought to do is wrap this screen in a keyboard aware scroll view. So let's import that. And let's import style sheet from React Native. Next, let's create some styles for our screen. And instead of rendering out this text, let's just get rid of that and then change this to say basic info. We'll give it a category of H5. And let's create a style for it. Now let's import view from React Native. And beneath our text, let's render out a view. And within that view, let's render out a format component. And that's going to auto import for us. Within the format component, let's create a function. Then let's fill in the initial values prop and the onSubmit prop. So for each apartment on the given property, we're going to create a list of inputs, and then the user is going to need to fill those out. So our first initial value will be unit type, and that's going to be equal to the property unit type. And we're getting this red squiggly line because we haven't added that to the property type yet. So let's go there and do that. And I'm going to change this apartments to be required. Now the forms that we want the user to input data into are not going to be of the type apartment, but they are going to contain apartment data. So we need to go and create a temporary apartment type. And I'm just going to do this in this file. And we'll probably refactor this later, but this is just convenient for right now. And this is what it's going to look like. And we just need to import picker item from React Native Woodpicker. And then we will create an array of temp apartments and then pass them in as an initial value. We are going to create that temp apartment array, and then we are going to fill out different objects with the apartment data, then push that into the temp apartment array. Now for the bedrooms and bathrooms, we are declaring these in another file. So let's go to that file. And that file is the add property section. and navigate to the bottom of that. And here we will find the bed values and bath values. So let's go and put these in their own files. So navigate to constants and create a new file called bath values. Cut this into that file. Then import picker item. And do the same for bed values. Now back here, we need to import bed values and bath values from those files. And let's just navigate there to make sure everything is okay. So that was successful. Let's go back to the edit property screen. Now we need to import bed values and bath values here. And back in our initial values, create a field called apartments. And that's going to be set to initial apartments. Now within this function, let's return a fragment. And within this fragment, we are going to map through these apartments. Now let's go up to our imports again and import input from UIKitten. And let's create a style for our input. And here within our view, we're going to say if the length of the apartments is greater than 1, we need to show an input for the unit number. So let's go back to an apartment with more than one residence or more than one unit. So let's go to view my properties. I believe this one works. So this is an instance where that is the case, and here we can see 2 inputs. So let's close that up now, and underneath that we need to create a row. So let's go import that. And we are also going to need to import select from our local components. And now let's go create a style for our row. It's going to be called unit row. And here we are going to render that component. Within this, we'll have select components for the beds and baths. And for that, we need to create a style called small input. Now we can close off that component. Next, we'll create an input for the square feet of the apartment. And beneath that, we'll create another row. This row will contain inputs for the monthly rent and the deposit. Now let's close up that component. And let's create another row. And this is going to contain data about the lease length and when the apartment is going to be available. So let's create an input for the lease length. So for the date when the apartment is available, we're just going to create a new component called pressable component, or pressable input rather, and it will just show a date picker whenever the user presses on it. So let's go to the message screen and let's cut that code out of here and place it into a new component. And this is the code here. So let's copy this, go to our components folder, and create a new one called pressable input. Now I just need to import a few things: view, style sheet, view style, pressable, and text. Let's create our styles below. Let's add the props that this component needs to take. And let's go back to the message screen to copy those styles down. And these are the styles we are going to need. Now let's change this to say style. Now let's change our styles and account for these props. So with this created, let's go back to our message screen and implement it. So here, let's get rid of this and place in this. And let's go into our initial values and change some things. We're going to refactor here. So we are going to add a date and show calendar. And we're just going to get rid of these two states here. Let's add those to the validation schema as well. And we'll have to change where we are showing the calendar. And let's also import pressable input. And now we can go there and check it out. So that works. So we can now implement it into the edit property screen. So navigate back there, and underneath this input, let's create a pressable input component. And we're going to have to import this. And to show the calendar whenever this is pressed, let's go and import the date time picker. And we're pretty much going to do the same thing that we did in the other component, just accounting for this forms schema. Now let's go up top again and import divider. And let's go create a style for that. And for that, we'll need to import theme. Now let's close out this row, and we'll need to place a divider underneath it. Now let's go add another import, which will be touchable opacity. And this will be for the unit photos, the unit description, and key features about the unit. So let's render out a touchable opacity with some text for the unit photos, then a divider, then one for the unit amenities, followed by a divider, and one for the unit description, followed by a divider. And we could abstract this into its own component as well, but we'll save that for another video. Next, we'll create a row. And let's go create the style for this row. It'll be called toggle row. And in it we'll have a text which says active next to a toggle button. So let's import toggle from UIKitten and place it in this row. Follow that row by a divider, and beneath this divider we will display a button for adding more units to the property. So for that, let's go and import material icons. And let's create some styles for adding the unit, the different components that we're going to need. So those are going to be add unit and add unit text. And here, if the index +1 is equal to the length of the apartments, then we will render out a button which says add unit. And that's going to have a material icon on the left and the text on the right. And it's going to be followed by a divider. And we're going to get this error because we haven't defined add unit. So let's go and do that up here. And we're going to do that within this formic function because we need to have access to the values in order to do that. So for the add unit function, we are just going to make a hard copy or deep copy of the apartments and then push a new temp apartment into that array, and then set the field value apartments to our new apartments here. And here we can test it out. And now we just need to create a remove unit button, and we can actually create the function for this first. So it's just going to take in an index and then filter the apartments for all of the indexes besides the passed in one, and then set the field value apartments to the filtered apartments. And now let's create these styles for that. So we'll have remove unit and remove unit text. Now let's go back up to our initial condition here, and let's add in a new component. So first, let's render this in a fragment, and we'll put our input in that fragment. Then we will say if the index is greater than or equal to the apartments.length on the property, then we will add this remove unit text. And we're doing that because if the index meets this condition, then that means that the user just added that apartment and it wasn't added previously. So we can go through a demonstration of that. So here these don't have it, but if we add another unit, it will have this remove unit field. And we can change the padding on that slightly. It's a little bit too low. So we'll change that to 15. And that looks better. So now let's just add a button at the end so that we can see whenever we submit, we will see the values. Okay, I'm gonna have to move this up a bit. Okay, and we just need to import this. And let's see what happens when we do a submit. And if we add another unit, so that's all good and dandy. We will come back to this in another video. Now we just need to go and do some refactoring on some different screens. So one thing that I noticed from last video is that the modal only works on Android whenever we are going to edit a property or delete a property. And I believe it's just because the way that we are rendering out the screen within the iOS version, it's being a modal itself. So this modal that you see on screen where it says edit property or delete property, that's actually getting hidden behind the screen. So that's not a good user experience and it doesn't work. So we're going to need to change that. So let's go to the card component, and here we need to update some imports. So for React Native, we need to import modal and dimensions, and let's get rid of that. Now within our modal, we need to change the props so that we only have visible as showed modal, and then transparent is true. And our last button is going to be a cancel button. And now we just need to change the styles of the modal. So we are going to give it a position of absolute, top of the height of the screen divided by 3, and then right is going to be the screen width divided by 4. And here we can see that puts it in the middle of the screen. And now let's just make this pretty by adding a box shadow to the modal, and then we're going to add a box shadow to the container as well. And we can actually just put this in its own field so we aren't duplicating it. So we'll say just box shadow. And then we'll pass it in as an array into both of these. And now I noticed that whenever I went back to my save screen, it wasn't showing the box shadow like I wanted to, or like I wanted it to. So I'm going to go there and make some changes as well. And really the only change is that we can get rid of this screen field within our styles. And that's going to make it look pretty ugly now, but we just have to go and change the margin horizontal here to be null or nothing, and that'll fix it right up. And I'm just going to change this to 10. And there we can see the box shadow is working as intended. And another fix that I was thinking about is that we need to go into our properties and change the ID. Well, in our database, it's already like this, where it's uppercase, but in the dummy properties within our data here, we need to change it. And we also need to add another field, which will be the unit type. So let's change this here, ID, and then the unit type is multiple because we have multiple apartments. So multiple. And I'm just going to copy this and paste it all the way down, changing the ID number, of course. And now let's just search our project for the lowercase ID, and I'm just going to do this and type in ID, and here we can see on map that we can change this. Properties active index.id, Google logo, that's fine. And I believe that is it for now. So in the next video, we are going to be continuing on building out this edit property screen. We'll probably just build out the, what is it here? The unit photos. And then in the subsequent video, we'll build out the unit amenities and then the unit description. And those should be fairly short videos. So I'll try and get to those as soon as possible. And thank you for watching. In today's video, we will be building out the process to allow users to add images to their units. So let's get started. So first, navigate to the View My Properties within your app. Make sure that you've got your server running as well. And we're going to start on the Edit Property screen in the code. And then within here, I'm just going to pick one of my properties. And here we can see the basic information about this property. So what we really want to do is whenever we click on unit photos, this should show us a different screen, which will allow the user to pick out photos which they want to show for this unit. So to get started within our code, let's import useState from React. And then within our component, let's create two new state variables. One will be called showUnits, and the other will be apartment index. And showUnits will just be a Boolean. Apartment index will be a number. And let's create two functions for whenever we want to show the unit images or hide the unit images. And now if we scroll down into our component within our format component, so here above the first return, we'll make a condition. We will say if show unit photos and apartment index is greater than -1, we would like to show a component for the users to pick out their images for this unit. So let's just return a text component right now saying pick images. And now we just need to go down to the touchable opacity where it says unit photos, and for the onPress event we will have it be handle show unit images. So here unit photos, let's change this. And we will pass in the index. So now when we press that, we see this new component for picking images. And while we're here, I am actually just going to add a key to this view. That's one thing that I did forget. And we'll just set it to the unit plus the index. So instead of displaying this text here, we're actually going to want to display a different component. So let's get started in creating that. Let's go into your components folder and create a new one. We're going to call it unit photos picker. Let's add our imports of flat list, view, style sheet, button, text. Everything is image picker, modal header, and image carousel. Let's export our component and create your styles down below. And now go back into edit property screen and add this instead of this text. So unit photos picker. And we don't want to be showing this basic info if we're on the picker screen. So let's go up to this basic info and change this. So we'll say not show unit photos, and then that's when we want to display it. We are displaying the unit photos picker right now. So let's get to building this thing out. Let's add a modal header with the text of unit photos and X shown. And we're gonna modify a modal header so that we can modify the onPress event for the X whenever we are showing it. So let's go into modal header and do that. And first let's create an optional prop for onPress, and that's going to be a void function. And let's add that here. And here for the onPress event, if the onPress prop exists, then we would like to run that instead of navigation.goBack. So now we can go back to the unit photos picker, and we're going to need to pass in a cancel prop here, and that's just going to be a function. In fact, it's going to be this handle hide unit images. That's what we're going to pass in. But let's just go here and add that. And that's going to be an optional void function. So that's why we're checking if it exists first. So if we press in the top left on this X, we get taken back to the My Properties screen, and that's because we haven't passed in the cancel function yet. So let's go do that. So here for the unit photos picker, we'll say cancel is equal to handle hide unit images. And let's go test that again. And it's working like we want it to now. So go back to unit photos picker, and beneath the modal header, let's create a text component just saying that you need to pick your images for your unit here, and we will give that component these styles. And next we want to pass in some images into this component. So that's going to be a string array, and it's going to be required. We'll also want to pass in the function for setting images and also the field name, which we need to set the images to. So those are going to be these props. And now let's go back to the edit property screen and add those props in. So set images is going to be equal to set field value. Images will be equal to the images for the apartment with the active apartment index, and this will be the field. Navigate back to unit photos picker. And now let's create a function to actually go into our media and pick out images. So we'll call the function pick image, and it's going to be asynchronous, and we will await launching the image library async. And if the result is not canceled, then we'll get the base64 string from the result, and then we will copy the current images, make a deep copy of that, push the based image into the new images, and then set the images to the new images array. So now let's create a button, and we'll call pick image whenever that is pressed. And we'll give it this style, which is a margin top of 30. And now when we press this, we can see that we now have the ability to pick images. But we aren't showing anything yet because we don't have an image carousel up or any images up to display, even though we do have one image in the array now. So here underneath text, let's display an image carousel when images.length is greater than 0. And let's wrap that in a view and give it the large margin top. Alright, so now we can display images and add images to an array, but what happens whenever the user wants to delete an image? So we need to account for that, and what we're going to do is go and modify the image carousel. To go into that component, and we'll start off by creating two new props. They're going to be optional, and they will be x shown, which will be a boolean, and then on express, which will take in an index and a flat list ref. And now let's import theme, and let's go into the flat list component where we are rendering an image, and we will say if x shown and on express exist, then we will display a material community icon, and we just need to add the index up here where we are rendering the item, and we will change the key extractor so that it adds the index to the item for the key. And we're doing this because if you don't do this and the user picks the same image twice or more than once really, then I've experienced where the Expo app will just bug out. So I don't know if that will happen in your application, but this was the cure for that. And now we just need to go and give this some styles. So these are going to be the styles for that. And now we just need to go into the unit photos picker and add those props into the image carousel. So x shown. And then for onExpress, we need to create that function. So I'm going to do it below pick image. We'll call the function delete image, and it's going to take in an index and flat list ref, and then it's going to filter out the images for the images that don't have the passed in index. And then it will set the images to that new array. And once that's done, if the index meets all of these conditions, then we will scroll to the index before the passed in index. And we're only doing that because better user experience. So pretty much if you're in the middle of a flat list on Android and then you delete an image, it will not automatically update. So this pretty much takes care of that scenario. And now we just need to add this to the image carousel props. And now we can test this out. In today's video, we will be adding amenities to our units. So let's get started. So first, navigate to the edit properties screen within your code and make sure your server is running. And then next, go into the application and then go to view my properties and pick out a property. And what we want to do is whenever we hit the unit amenities touchable opacity, we want to see something like what we get whenever we hit unit photos, except that it will just be a bunch of checkboxes for unit amenities. So in our code, we're going to do some refactoring. So instead of this just being for unit photos, we'll have it be for photos, amenities, and the description. We'll start off by creating 3 strings for those options. So let's change this state to say show alternate screen. And this will say set show alternate screen. And we'll initialize this as an empty string. And instead of this being unit images, we need to call this alternate screen. So handle show alternate screen and handle hide alternate screen. And then set show unit photos will now be set show alternate screen. And this will no longer be true. So we need to pass in an argument, which will be called name. And that's going to be one of these 3 values in practice. So we'll just pass that in there. And then here we will just set this to an empty string. And I spelled screen wrong here, so I'm going to correct that. Now let's go into our component and make some changes there. So show unit photos needs to be show alternate screen. Show unit photos here will be alternate screen. And then same thing here, handle hide alternate screen. Now let's go down to the touchable opacities and make our changes there. So this will no longer say handle show unit images. It will be handle show alternate screen, passing in the index and photo string. And for the second option, we'll do the same thing, except that we will pass in the amenity string instead of the photo string. Now let's go back up to our condition where we were saying show alternate screen, and this will say is equal to photo string. And we'll do something similar when the show alternate screen state is equal to the amenities string. So here change photos to amenities and just return a fragment for now, just to make sure that this is working. Okay, that's what we want. So now we are going to create a new component for the unit amenities. So go into your components and create a new one called unit amenities. So let's export our variable here and let's import modal header. Now we'll just return a modal header for now. And let's import view. And while we're at it, let's just make our styles. Now go back to edit property screen and let's add the unit amenities component where we are rendering this fragment. And now let's go to the unit photos picker. The unit amenities are going to have very similar props to this, so I'm just going to copy them here and put them in the unit amenities component. The only thing that will differ is instead of images, we are going to say amenities. And we can go back to the unit photos picker and we can copy this on press logic and paste it into our modal header here. And now let's go back to the edit property screen and fill out those props. So the cancel prop will be the same. Let's copy these and we'll just change them for amenities. So this is not going to be images, it's going to be amenities. Same thing here. And this won't say images, it'll say amenities. And same thing here. Now go into the unit amenities component and let's create a text component. It'll say features and we'll give that text these styles. And we need to import text. So what we want to do now is map through a list of amenities, and if the user's unit has one of those amenities, they will be able to click a checkbox to signify that their unit has that. So first we need to create the list of amenities. So go into your constants folder and create a new file called unit amenities. And we'll be exporting 4 separate arrays, one for unit amenities, one for kitchen amenities, another for outdoor amenities, and the last will be living space amenities. And if you don't want to hand type this, just go to the GitHub link in the description and copy it from there. Now let's go back to the unit amenities component and let's import checkbox from UI Kitten. And outside of this component, let's create a new component. We'll call this component amenity checkbox, and it will take in the props of name, on press, and checked. And within the component, we'll return a checkbox component from UI Kitten, and we will pass in the props into that component. So now let's just create the style for this checkbox, and that style will just be a margin vertical of 10. Now let's create a function to add an amenity to this amenities array. We'll call that handle add amenity, and it will expect a string as an argument, and then we'll make a deep copy of the current amenities, push that new string, and then we'll set the amenities to that new array. For deleting an amenity, we will filter the amenities array so that it doesn't contain the passed in string, and then we'll set the amenities to that new array. Now let's go and import those arrays. So unit amenities, kitchen amenities, living space, and outdoor amenities. And then we'll make a map for the amenities. And this will be to see whether or not this string already contains the amenities from within these arrays. So to initialize it, we will go through all of the unit amenities, and each key within the map will be set to the name of a unit amenity, and then the value for that will just be false. And we'll do that for kitchen, living space, and outdoor amenities. And within the passed in amenities, we'll loop through all of those, and for each of those we will set the name within the map to have a value of true And in handle add amenity, we will just set the passed in name to true within our map. And then likewise for handle delete, we will just set it to false. Now underneath our features here, we can map through the unit amenities. And here we can test this out. So these checkboxes are a little slow. So let's memoize the component, and then that will actually help with performance. So here I'm just going to call this amenities, and let's not export it. And down here we can just say export const unit amenities, and that will be equal to memo of amenities. And we are going to need to import this from React. So now that gives us slightly better performance, and we can add in the rest of the amenities. So now let's add the kitchen ones in. Let's do the same for living space. And let's do the same for outdoors. So now we can see all of these different options, and let's just pick the first from each and then submit and make sure that it's working there. So let's go to the console, and we'll go back and press submit. And here we should see 4 different amenities. So let's go and delete one of those. We'll delete air conditioning, go back, and then press submit. And now we can see that it's no longer there. So let's go and add another unit. And whenever we go to unit amenities, we will see that we are halfway down the screen. So we don't want that. We would like to show the top of the unit amenities scroll view whenever we are in this section or on this part of the screen. Let's go and add a ref within our edit property screen. So import use ref here, and I'm going to close this. Create a new ref for the scroll view or a keyboard aware scroll view and initialize it to null. Then go to the keyboard aware scroll view and assign that ref. And now in handle show alternate screen, if the ref is present, then we will scroll to the position of 0, 0. So here we can test that out. Let's add 2 new units. And here we can see that we're back at the top, which is what we want. And let's just add some amenities to both of these. So we'll give this one AC and fireplace, and then we'll give the first one some cable. And let's go and submit this and see what we get for the JSON on the other side. So here the first one has cable, the second one has fireplace and AC, and then this third one has nothing. So that is the behavior that we are expecting. So this is done. Today's video, we will be creating the description section for the edit property screen. So let's get started. So within the edit property screen, navigate to the format component where we are making these conditions, and let's make a new one, except this time it will be for the description string. And now let's go create a component for the description string so that we can return it here. And right now we'll just return this empty fragment so that it's still going to display. We'll call this component unit description. We'll import view, style sheet, input, text, button, divider, modal header, row, and theme. And let's export our component, returning a view, and within that we'll have a modal header. And below we'll create our styles. Now navigate back to the edit property screen and then import that component. And it'll probably auto import, so I'm just going to replace this here with unit description. Now go down to the touchable opacities at the bottom, and instead of logging this to the console, let's change the alternate screen to the description string. Now to test this out, let's just press on that, and here we can see the unit description. Now let's navigate back to the unit description, and this component will take in these props. In our styles, let's create a new style called default margin top. And underneath our modal header, let's create a new multi-line input. This input is going to have a max character length of 7,000. So we'll create that variable outside of the component. And within the component, we'll create a new function called handle change text, which will take in a string. And if the argument is greater than 7,000 characters, we will just return. Otherwise, we will set the description field to the passed in argument. And at this point, let's go and pass in these props into our component. So here we will just add in those props. And let's go back to the unit description. We'll add in that onPress logic to our modal header. And underneath our input, we will signify to the user how many characters they have left. So when they type into it, they will see how many they have left. And here, if we change this to 50 or 10 rather, we can see that it's going to quit updating. So let's change it to 20 just to give it a more realistic example. And now we can just change this back to 7,000. So underneath this text component, we'll create a divider. So first we're going to create the styles for that, which is just going to give it a background color of the color-gray from our theme. Then we'll place that divider underneath the text, giving it the styles of divider and default margin top. Next, we'll create a row. Within that row, we'll have two buttons, one for clearing and one for saving. Now to add some styles to our row, let's create a new one where we'll justify content to space between. And now let's give this a default margin top and that row style. Next, we'll create a style for our buttons. And this clear button will have an appearance of ghost. So let's give it a style where we set the border color to our primary 500. Now let's add some props to the clear button. And let's create a function to set the description to an empty string. And for our save button, we will add in the style of button, and whenever it's pressed, we will just call the cancel function. Now let's wrap this input and the components beneath in a view, and move those components into the view. And for this view, let's create a style, and let's assign that to the view. And now we can test this out. And one thing I should note is that here for the save button, you could alternatively just save this data to your database whenever that's pressed, but this is just simpler for now. So here we can test it out. We can hit save, add a new unit, go to that one, and it should be showing nothing, which it is. And if we go back and we go to our first one, there is the description that we just had. And we can clear it, and we can start over. In today's video, we will be finishing out the UI for the edit property screen. So to get started, navigate there in your code and also within your application. And from this point, we are going to want to refactor some of our code. So everything here where we are mapping through each apartment, we are going to put this into its own component. So within our components, let's create a new folder. This will be called edit property section, or sections. Within that, we'll create a new file called units input. And in this component, we'll have to add our imports for components that we used in our prior code. And let's add some local imports. So we're going to need to create a new type for temp apartment, add the amenities, description, and photo strings to our constants, and then create a new type for the initial values for edit property. So navigate back to edit property screen. And here we have these 3 different strings. Let's cut these and paste them in our constants. And for edit property initial values, let's create that type as well. And now let's create our component. And these are the props it's going to take. And these are all of the different values and functions that we use within that code block. So that's why we're passing them in. Next, we'll add in functions to add a unit and remove a unit. And now we can go back to the edit property screen and cut this code. And here we want to return a view. And within that is where we will paste that code. And anywhere you see values, let's get rid of that. Anywhere you see this .data.apartments, you can get rid of the 2 datas. And here we have to specify if property exists, then we can do this. Now all we need to do is add in our styles. And here we need to change these to our constants, so photos string. Now navigate back to the edit property screen and add in that component above the button. And we just need to import units input. And of course, that's not going to auto import. And now we can get rid of some of these imports. We also need to change this to the constants we created. And we can also get rid of the add unit and remove unit functions. Oh, and one thing I forgot is to go back to the units input and add the style here as units input style. So go back up. Now at this point, let's create a new component which will go underneath this units input. We'll call this component general property info. These will be our non-local imports, and these will be our local imports. So we'll have to go and create a pick image function and the description input component. So let's start with pick image. Go into your utils and create a new file called pick image. And now search your project for the phrase pick image, and here in the units photo picker you'll see that we have this function. So we are just going to cut this function, and actually before we do that, let's take advantage of this while it is here. So we're going to have to pass this in to the function along with the field. And the images. Alright, now we can cut this and then paste it into pick image. And we'll just need to import everything as image picker from Expo image picker, which we are doing here. So we'll just cut this and paste it here. And now go back to unit photos picker and we'll just import that here. So pick image. And okay, we have to export this first in order to import it. So that's going to be in our utils. And now let's go create a new component called description input. And for this, we can navigate to the unit description. We'll cut our max characters here and then paste it over here. We will add these imports above that, and then we'll create our component and export it. Now we can go back to the unit description and cut this handle change text, paste it into our function or component here, go back, and then here we can cut the input and text and return those here. Now where it says description, that's going to be value. And this style we can just get rid of. Here where we're saying autofocus, let's just specify that it will be that depending upon the passed in prop. And that will be the component. So now go back to unit description and let's add that in here. So we'll just paste that here and then we'll need to import that here. Now navigate back to general property info and this should work. Export your component and these are the props it's going to take. Create your styles below and in it just return a view for now. Now let's go into the edit property screen and add this underneath the unit's input. So it's called general property info. And we expect it to take in a description, which we need to create in our initial values. So that'll be here. Description will be an empty string to start off with. And here we'll say values.description. Images will be an empty array to start off with. And set field value is equal to set field value. Now go back to the general property info. To start off, we'll give this some text, which just says general property info, and give it these styles. Now if there are less than 10 images, we will display a button for the user to pick an image to add to their property. And these are the styles for that button. Underneath of that, if there are any images, we will display an image carousel. And we are going to make some changes to that component. So let's go over there. So to start off, let's get rid of onExpress. In its place, we'll add field, set images, and style. And let's add in the import for view style. And then we'll add in a new function for whenever the X is pressed, which will just filter the current images so that they don't include the image where the X was pressed. And let's go down below into our component. And instead of returning a fragment here, we'll return a view with the style equal to the passed in style. And go down below, change this to view. And then here, we'll just specify onExpress with the index, and we can just say X shown, question mark. Now with that refactor made, we'll have to go back to our edit property screen and go to the unit photos picker component and just make that change here. So we can add in the style for the image carousel and get rid of that view. We'll set the field equal to the pass-in field. And set images equal to set images. And also for pick image, we will specify the new pick image function. And here we can get rid of the delete image function and get rid of our flat list. Now go back to general property info, and underneath of the image carousel we'll have a description input and then a divider, and we'll give the divider these styles. Alright, now let's get started in creating the next section. We'll call this utilities and amenities. These will be our non-local imports, and these will be our local imports. So we're going to have to create these separate items. Let's start off with amenities list. So that'll be a new component. These will be our imports, and let's export our components. These are the props it's going to take. It will return a view, and we are going to memoize this component. So how this component works is that we'll pass in a list of amenities, and then we'll pass in the property amenities, and then we'll compare the two to see which line up. So for that, we'll create a map for all of the amenities, and then we'll initialize each to false, where the key is the amenity name, and then the value is obviously false. And then for each amenity in the total unit amenities array, we will set that value to true within the amenities map. Next, we'll create two new functions to add amenities to the array and delete amenities from the array. And within our view, we'll display a checkbox for each amenity. Now we'll create our styles, and we only have one style to create. So with the creation of this, we can actually go refactor some code within the edit property screen, or it's within the unit amenities component. So let's go there. We can first get rid of this checkbox or amenity checkbox. We can just export this as unit amenities and get rid of the memoization below. And here we can replace this with an amenities list for unit amenities. And of course, we'll have to import amenities list. So we can do the same thing below for each of the lists, just changing out the amenities array. So this one is kitchen amenities, and we can delete this. And now with those added, we can delete these functions. And we can also get rid of this. And then we can clean up our styles. Now let's go back to utilities and amenities. And this should exist. So now let's go create these different constants. So to start off, let's just start with property utilities. For this, we'll just export an array with these items, create property amenities next. Similarly, it will just be an array with different items for amenities. Next, we'll create pet values. This will be an array of picker items, and create laundry values next. And this will be an array of picker items as well. I'll go back here, and here we'll export our component. It will take in these different props, and right now we'll just return a view. So let's go back to the edit property screen and add this in underneath the general property info component. So these first props are going to be initial values. So I'm just going to copy these here and then paste them into the initial values and then change some of the values here. So now let's go add these to the utilities and amenities component. Okay, so with those added, let's go back to the utilities and amenities component and start to build it out. Down at the bottom, let's start off with our styles. We'll just have 3 simple ones. At the top of the component, we'll have some text saying utilities included. We'll follow that with an amenities list for the property utilities. Then we'll get to the property amenities, and that will have select components for the pets and the laundry type. Then we'll have an input value for the parking fee. That will be followed by an amenities list for the property amenities, and then a divider. And here for the amenities list, I forgot to add the style to the outside view, so let's go do that. All right, now let's get started on creating the last component within this section. This will be called contact info. These will be our non-local imports, and these will be our local imports. Now let's create our component and export it, and it will take in these different props. And right now we'll just return this view so that we can go into the edit property screen and add this in. So this is called contact info. And these first few props are going to be initial values. So let's go add those to the initial values. And for these, we are going to need to get the user from our useAuth hook. So let's go import that. And let's add one last initial value called onMarket, and that will be false. Now let's go add these to the contact info component. And here for this phone ref, we'll have to go and create a new ref. So navigate back up to the start of the component, and actually we've already got useRef imported. So now we just need to import rn phone input from React Native phone number input and create a ref for that called phone ref, and we'll initialize that to null. So with those props added, let's go to contact info and let's create our styles down below. So the first component will be a text component to signify this is contact information. Next, go to the sign up screen and we'll just copy over the inputs for the first name, last name, and email. And anywhere you see values, we'll just get rid of that. Now underneath our last value, we'll have a phone input, and that will be followed by a divider. Now navigate back to the edit property screen, and we just need to add another button, then this component, at least the UI, will be done. So for this first button, we'll give it a new style. It'll be called large margin top, and we'll change the text on this to say save. And then for our next button, we'll have to create a new style. So that will be giving it a border color of our primary color and margin vertical of 15. And that button will be used for publishing the listing. So with those both created, we can now go and test this out. Alright, so while I was testing it, I made the same mistake as in a prior video. So here for the view within units input, it was previously this. So I'm just going to change it to the index. So now we can test this out, and it should work. So we'll add in another unit. Call this 67. This will be 68. In today's video, we are going to be implementing the edit property functionality to our application. And to get started, we are going to make some changes to our server. So here I am in the apartment model in my server, and we're going to add some new fields to this model. And in order to do that, we're going to need some new imports. So I'm just going to paste those here, and we're getting this because we haven't implemented time yet. And I think you might have to get this package, can't really remember, but if that's the case, just do a control period for that. Now let's implement those fields. And those fields are going to be square feet, rent, deposit, lease length, available on, active, images, amenities, and description. So we'll save that and go to the property model. And here we need to add some fields as well. So the first will be name, amenities, included utilities, images, description, email, first name, last name, laundry type, on market, parking fee, pets allowed, country code, calling code, phone number, and website. And here let's add this as an import. Now you could normalize this data, but for right now we're just going to keep it like this. So with this done, let's go to the property route and create a new function to update a property. And we'll do that underneath the delete property function. So let's create that function here. Within this function, we're going to get the ID, which will be a passed in parameter. And based upon that, we will get the property from our database. And if there's an error that occurs during that, we'll just send to the user that we got an internal server error. Now at this point, we'll create some data structures for what the body should look like. So let's start off with the update apartment input, and it should have all of these different fields. Let's import time here. And the struct for the property input, whenever we're updating it, should look something like this. So with those created, we will check the JSON of the body and make sure that it is valid. And if it is valid, then we'll start to update apartment data. So we'll need to create all of these different variables. This is all pertaining to the property, and any new apartments will be added to this slice, and we will bulk insert those into our database. Now let's map through the apartments in the passed in input. And when going through the apartments, if the bedroom low is less than the current bedroom low, then we'll assign that. And then same thing for bathroom low, rent low, and vice versa for bathroom high, bedroom high, and rent high. Next, we'll need to marshal the current apartment amenities. Then we'll create an apartment object. And if the apartment already has an ID, that means it's already been created. So we just need to update the apartment and the images. So we'll have to create a new function to do that. But if it hasn't been, then we need to append that current apartment to our new apartments slice. And we'll also have to append the apartment images to our new apartments images slice. And now I'm going to create this function to update apartments and images. Down here, we'll create that function. So first we'll get the apartment ID, and then we will insert those images to our S3 bucket, and we'll want it to return an array of URLs for the images. So if the length of that array is greater than 0, then we'll marshal that and then put it into our database as the images field. And at the end, we will just update that apartment in our database. So here, let's import string convert. And now let's create this struct along with this function. So that struct insert images is going to have an images field, property ID, and apartment ID. So here we'll create that function, and we'll start off with an images array, which will just be a string slice. So we'll map through each image within the passed in images. And if it contains HTTP, that means it's already in our bucket. But if it doesn't, then we need to add it to our bucket. So first we'll create a random ID for the image. Then we'll create the base endpoint for the image. And if there's an apartment ID associated with the image, then we'll need to append apartment onto the image string. And at the end here, we'll add a slash along with the image ID. Then we'll upload that image to our S3 bucket and append the URL to this images array slice. And down here, if it doesn't contain HTTP, then we'll just add it back into the images array slice. Now here, let's add these imports. And go back up into the update property function. Now let's close this off. Outside of this for loop, we'll create the new apartments. So with those created, we'll loop through each apartment and update the apartment with its images. So why do we have to first create the apartment and then update the images? Well, we're doing that because each image relies upon the apartment ID. And if you haven't created the apartment yet, it doesn't have an ID. So that's why we're doing it the way that we are. Next, we'll marshal the property amenities and the included utilities. Then we will assign various different fields to the property based upon the property input. And here it looks like I missed 2 fields for our property. So I'm going to go back into that model and add those here. Now we'll insert those property images, get the array of URLs, marshal that, and then assign images within the property to that marshaled array of URLs. Then we'll update the property, and if we get an error during that, we'll send that to the user. Otherwise, we will just send that we have no content. So that is how you can update the property. Now let's go into main.go and add this as an endpoint. We'll put this underneath the delete endpoint, and it will be a patch endpoint, and it will be calling the update property function. So with this done, let's start up our server, and we will head over to the application code. All right, so here I am in the constants file, and first thing I'm going to do is just add in the endpoint to update a property. Next, we're going to head to our app.tsx file, and here where we are creating our query client, let's cut this and create that outside of the app component. And we'll come back to this file in a bit, but right now, let's go and change our types so that they will match with what we have on the server. So I'm going to start with apartments, and I'm going to add in deposit, lease length, available on, active, amenities, and description. Next, let's go to edit property initial values, and let's add in name and website. I'm going to go to properties next, or the property type, I should say. And within this, we'll make name either be string or undefined. We'll add in country code, calling code, description, included utilities, amenities, pets allowed, laundry type, parking fee, first name, and last name. And then down in the create property type, we'll add in apartments, which will be an object array having unit, bedrooms, bathrooms, active, and available on. Now I'm going to go to where we are using create property, and I'm going to add in these active and available on fields to those objects. So navigate to the add property section, and here we are creating those apartment objects. So we need to add in the active field and the available on field. So outside of this if statement, I'm going to create a new date for the current date called available on. And for each of these objects, I'm going to set active to true and pass in available on. And now I'm going to go modify some code. So up here, I was doing this. I can get rid of this now. And instead of having to refetch, I can just use the query client to invalidate the my properties query. And that will cause a refetch on its own. So here, I'm just gonna import use query client from React Query. I'll get the reference to that query client, and then here we'll just say query client dot validate queries my properties. Now, thinking over the design of the app, I was pondering about the loading screen and what we should do about that, because in some instances it will work fine, but currently if I go and delete a property, you'll see that it just doesn't look that good. So let me go do that. View my properties. Let's go delete this. And you see there was this little glitch in there where we showed a lottie view saying that we had no properties. And the card is where we call that delete mutation, but it's in the my properties screen that we're actually showing that lottie and these different cards. So I was just pondering if there's a better way to do it. And one solution that I came up with is just to create a global loading state, and we'll just use the context for that. So that's what I'm going to implement, and then we'll do a little bit of refactoring, or we'll use it a little bit, but then we'll, in some instances, like right here, we'll have to refactor in another video. So let's go to the context file and go and add in a loading context. And loading context will have a field loading, which will be a Boolean, and then set loading, which is this void function. Now let's go into app.tsx and create a loading context provider. And along with that, we'll need to create a state for loading. And we'll do that here. So I'm just going to copy this. This will be a Boolean now. Boolean. It'll be initialized to false. And here, we'll set this to loading and set loading. Now we just will copy in this and change it to loading and set loading. Loading. And I'm going to go create a hook to access set loading. So here we'll create a new file called use loading. And we'll import use context, loading context, and then export loading and set loading from the use context hook, passing in loading context. And now let's go into the screen component. And here we'll import loading and use loading. And we'll extract the loading state from use loading. And here we'll say if loading is true, then we'll want to return the loading component. Otherwise, we'll return the children. And now we need to go into loading because we're actually calling screen, or we're using screen there. So if we don't get rid of that, then we will run into an infinite loop, essentially. So here we'll get rid of that and make that a view instead. View. And here in the container, instead of this flex, I'm going to give it a height equal to the height of the screen, and same thing with width equal to the width of the screen. Now we can go into the card component and use the use loading hook. So here we'll say const loading, or set loading rather, is equal to use loading. And on mutate, we will set loading to true. On error, we'll set it to false. And same thing here with onsettled. And I'm pretty sure we don't have to specify this twice because onsettled should run for both, but whatever, just in case. So now let's go and try this out. So we'll go to view properties and delete one of these. So we'll delete this property, and there we can see that it worked. So with that done, I'm going to close some of these tabs up top, and we can get started in editing properties. So let's navigate to the edit property screen, and let's go there within the application. In last video, we pretty much completed the UI for the edit property screen. We just now need to add in the validation logic for the form. So to get started with that, I'm going to import yup. And down at the bottom of this screen, I'm going to create that validation schema. Now for our schema, we'll start off with a yup object, and we'll have a unit type, and then apartments, and depending on if the unit type is multiple or single, that will change what is required. And specifically, it's just going to change the unit. And unfortunately, I haven't found a better way. So here we're going to have to duplicate this code for both objects. It's just that the unit needs to be required in cases where multiple is true, but it does not need to be required in cases where the unit type is single. So yeah, this is what that's going to look like. Now outside of apartments, we'll have description, images, included utilities, pets allowed, laundry type, parking fee, amenities, name, first name, last name, email, calling code, country code, phone number, website, and on market. And we're going to have to add in a few of these. I don't think we have name in our UI yet, or country code and calling code. These aren't within our values either. Down below this validation schema, I'm going to create a new type for what our edit property object should look like whenever we're sending it to the server. So with these created, let's go into the format component and add in that validation schema. And here within our initial values, we aren't actually taking into account any of the pre-existing values within the property, except for maybe this unit type. But here for images, if the property had any images, we wouldn't be showing them, and same thing for included utilities and all of these. So let's make some changes to those. And before we do that, I'm going to create a new variable for property.data.data. So I'm going to do this underneath the phone ref. So let's just go and change out any instances of this. So here's one, Control H, property data. Okay, and here is another instance. So now let's go make some changes to the initial values. And our first value is going to be the unit type, which is just going to be like last time. Second one will be initial apartments. Third will be the property description if that exists, otherwise empty string. Next will be property images if those exist, otherwise empty array. Included utilities, pets allowed. If there are any of those, then we will filter the pet values for the current pets allowed value. Otherwise, it will just be the first item in the array. Same thing with laundry type. Parking fee will coincide with the property data's parking fee. Otherwise, it'll be an empty string. Amenities name. For the first name, if the property has a first name associated with it, we'll use that. Otherwise, if there's a user first name, we'll use that. Otherwise, it's an empty string. And same thing with last name. And we'll do the same thing for email. And it looks like we need to go and add this to the property type. Then we'll have country code, calling code, phone number, and website. Now let's go make some changes to the initial apartments. And pretty much for everything, we're just going to see if it already has a value. And if it does, we're going to set it to that value. Otherwise, we'll just keep it as what we had it. And here we need to add an ID to temp apartment. So ID, that's going to be a number. Now let's go make some changes to our components down below so that they account for the validation schema and when there are errors. So the first thing we're going to do, or the first change we need to make, is with unit inputs. We'll add in a unit type prop and pass in the current unit type. So let's go add that to units input. Here we'll add in that unit type prop, and that will either be a string or undefined. And it looks like we need to go modify the temp apartment type so that this is optional. And here in the add unit function, we'll make some changes so that we set the unit type to multiple if new apartments.length is greater than 1 and the unit type is not multiple. And for remove unit, we'll do something similar, just the inverse. So now we're going to go change the errors and captions for different inputs. So for each of these, if apartments has been touched, we just want to make sure that the particular input has been touched. So here for the caption, since this is the unit input, we want to make sure that the unit was touched and that the unit has errors associated with it. And we'll do the same thing for square feet, rent, and deposit, and the lease length. And now here I'm just going to import picker item. And here where we are showing this date time picker, we need to actually get rid of this particular date time picker because it doesn't work on iOS, and we're gonna substitute it out with a different one. So this is what the new date time picker component is going to look like, and we need to go and add that up in our imports. So get rid of this and add in a new import for date time picker from React Native Modal date time picker. And if that's not in your project, just do a yarn add or npm install for this package. And it's going to give the same functionality, it's just that this one will work on iOS with our given layout. So those are the changes for unit input. Let's go back to the edit property screen, and we need to make some changes to the contact info component. So we're going to be passing in the name, website, and country code into the component now. So here we'll just add to the extensive list of props for name, website, and country code. All will be required strings. And within this, we will add in an input for the name, an input for the website, and we'll make some modifications to the phone input. So let's go into the phone input component. Go ahead and add in some new props, which are going to be country code, error, and on blur. And within the component, we need to pass in the value as the phone number to our RN phone input component. We'll set the border color to theme color -danger -500 if there is an error, and if the on blur prop exists, then we'll call that. And down here we'll specify that it can either meet this condition or error can be present to display this error text. So now let's go back, we'll save these, and go back to the edit property screen. We'll save this. And if we touch on that, we touch on rent, we'll get these various different. Now back in the edit property screen, I'm going to put something underneath this contact info component for whenever the user still has errors. I'm just going to tell them that they have errors above and they should check them. So here, if they go down here, they'll see check your errors above, and they have this. So with that out of the way, let's go and create the onSubmit function. So within onSubmit, we'll first get the calling code and country code of the current phone number. Then we'll create a new apartments array, and for each apartment, we'll just pass in the apartment into the new apartments array. And then we'll create an edit property object to eventually push to the server. And here I'm going to need to make some changes to this type and also import picker item. So here it looks like I need to go and modify the temp apartment type, and I think it has to do with show calendar. So let's just go there. Temp apartment. Show calendar is an optional boolean. Square feet can either be a string or number. Rent will be string or number. Deposit will be a string or number. And let's go see. Yep, okay. So that's what I was looking for. And here looks like on market does not exist within our values, so we need to go and change that. So on market is going to be equal to property data dot on market if that exists. Otherwise it will be false. And down where we have the publish button, we will set the field on market to true whenever that is the case. Okay, so now let's create the mutation, which we will pass this object into. For that, we'll have to import useMutation. We'll call this mutation edit property, and we will just call the endpoint to update a property, passing in the property ID and the object, and we'll set loading to true whenever it is mutating. We'll set it to false if there's an error, and we'll set it to false on success as well. So let's import useLoading as well. Get rid of, or put this up above. We need to get the query client and navigation. So const navigation is equal to use navigation. And query client, that'll be coming from React Query. Alright, now we need to call this within the onSubmit function. So beneath this object, let's call it here, edit property.mutate, passing in our object. Now we can test this out. So let's go and add a photo. We will crop this. And then let's go add some square footage. It's going to be 1,000 a month. This needs to be something relevant. So we'll have to change something there. I think for some reason our dates weren't adding up whenever we submitted that for the apartment. Here, let's change this to something like this. And we'll save that. And now we should see our update apartment. If we see going into here, we will see some of our stuff. let's give this apartment a name. And we'll give it some additional photos. And you can see that it is updating. Alright, so after doing some digging, we need to go into our server and just make a minor change whenever we are creating properties so that the date doesn't show 5 days after Jesus was born, or actually 6 days, my bad. So yeah, let's go into the server and make that change right now. So here in the create property function within the property file, we are appending different apartments to an apartment slice, and we are only doing 3 fields currently, whereas we need to add in 2 different fields, one being active, and that's going to be equal to element.active. So we're going to have to change that a bit. Element.active, that's actually going to be a pointer. So let's go down into this property input. So here for the apartment input, let's create a new struct called create apartment input, or we're just really going to relabel this, and we're going to add in this active field and available on field, and then we'll rename this to create property input. And then let's go into the create property function. This will be create property input now, and this will have the active on or available on, and that will be element.available on. And now this should work. So let me restart this. Alright, so let's test this out, creating a new property. So this one will be 654 or 645 Detroit, Michigan. Whew, there we go. So that is the current date, and that is exactly what we want. So now we just have one more change for this video. It's going to be in the app, and it's going to be on the message screen, and we're just going to change out the date picker there, because this date picker doesn't work on iOS in the way that we want it to. Or actually it will on this screen. It's just going to be inconsistent with our other date picker, so that's why we're changing it. So here we'll import the new date time picker, and we will swap out that old date time picker with this new one, giving it these different fields. In today's video, we are going to be creating the manage units screen, and we'll be implementing the functionality to manage units. So to get started, we're going to go to the property file within our routes, which is in our server, and we're going to make some changes here. So in the last video, we created this function to insert images into our S3 bucket based upon user input. And here, where we are making this comparison, we're going to make this a bit better. And instead of seeing if the string contains HTTP, we're going to see if it contains our bucket name. So I'm going to go to s3.go within the project under storage, and I'm going to make this a global variable so that I can access it within that property file. And let's see, here we have to change this as well. Now let's switch out HTTP for storage.bucket name. And now we're going to create a function to get a specific property by its ID. And we're actually doing this in this function, get property, but we aren't going to want to use this because it's going to return JSON. So really we need to cut this code and then create a new function down below, and we'll create it above update apartment and images, and we'll call this function get property and apartments by property ID. And it's going to take in a context, which will be an iris context, and for that it'll take in an ID, which will be a string, and we're going to expect it to return a property. So that'll be models.property, and we can paste in what we have here. Now if we're getting an error, we'll return nil, and same thing here, and down below we want to return the property. And here it looks like we need to return a pointer, so let's do that. So with this created, let's go and implement it in the functions above. So here in get property, we can now call that function. So we'll do something like this, and we'll do the same within our update property function here. So we can get rid of this and do the same thing. And now we're going to make a change to our apartment model and make the active field a pointer. So let's go there and do that. So this is going to be a pointer. And now let's just go make the changes within property. And we're doing this because in Gorm, if you pass in false, it's not going to update it. So really what you want to do is just pass in a pointer and it'll take care of that. And it's only doing that because we're using models. If we were to use a map, then it would work if we passed in false. But I just like the convenience of using models, so I'm going to make it a pointer. And in our property model, we need to do the same to this on market field. So let's do that. And now whenever we are assigning this, we need to change that value to a pointer as well. So I'm just going to do Control-Shift-F and look for this. So property.onMarket, that's going to be a pointer. And it looks like that's the only place that we were doing that. All right, so with that done, let's create a new route called apartment. Let's specify the package, and let's create a function to get apartments by property ID. And we're going to be using a parameter to get the ID, and we'll query the database for apartments where the property ID is equal to the passed in ID. And if we get an error during that, we'll send to the user that we got an error. Otherwise, we'll just send them the apartments. So now let's add these imports. And let's create a function to update a list of apartments. We'll expect this function to have a request body that looks like this. First thing we'll do is get the ID from the parameters and then query our database for the property and its apartments. Then we'll make sure that the body of the request is valid. Next thing we'll do is loop through the updated apartments, and then if there's a new bedroom low or bedroom high or bathroom low or bathroom high, then we'll assign that to the variables up here. And then we'll create an object for the current apartment. And if the current apartment has an ID, then it means it already exists. So then we will just update that current apartment. Otherwise, we need to append it to our new apartments slice. And now outside of this for loop, we'll see if the new apartment's length is greater than 0. And if it is, then we need to create some new apartments. And here at the end, we'll send a status code of 204. And with these created, let's go into main.go. And we'll create a new party here. And within that, there will be two endpoints, one for getting apartments by property ID and the other for updating apartments. Now let's start up our server and navigate to our application code. All right, so getting started in our application code, I'm going to first navigate to my properties within the application. And then I'm going to navigate to our constants file within our code. And here we need to add in the new apartment endpoints. So we'll create apartment beneath property, and we'll create the apartment endpoint beneath the property endpoint. And underneath the update property endpoint, we'll create two new ones, which will coincidentally be the same. But we're creating two different ones just in case we change one of them in the future. So with that done, let's create a new screen called the Manage Units screen. Let's export our component, and we're going to expect it to take in a property ID for its parameters. And for right now, let's just import keyboard aware scroll view and screen. And we want our local screen component. And within the component, for right now, we'll just return a keyboard aware scroll view and a screen within that. Now let's navigate to the index file. Let's import the manage units screen, and within our modal stat group, let's add that screen. We'll give it the name of manage units, and because of this, we need to now go into our types file. And here within the root stack param list, let's add in the manage units type. Now let's go to the component where we will access this screen. And that's going to be card information. Within this component, I'm going to create three new functions, each to navigate to different screens. Now with these functions created, we can go change the on-press functions for some buttons. So here, this first button, where we are navigating to the message, we can call email navigation, or rather just pass that in. Now we should search for the manage units button and add an on-press event here, which will navigate to the manage units screen. And there's a button beneath this, which says deactivate and reactivate. And for this, we will navigate to the edit property screen. So with that done, let's go test it out within the application. So let's hit manage units, and there is the manage unit screen. So let's start to build this screen out. Now let's get the use query hook from React Query. And now let's make a new query to get all of the apartments associated with this property ID. And of course, we're going to need to add some imports here. With that done, let's import formic. So within our screen, let's render out a formic component, and within that, we'll return a view. So let's import view. Now let's create the initial values for our formic component. We'll start off with the apartments data from our apartments query, and we'll also have an empty array. So if apartments data exists, we will loop through all of the apartments and push an object with these different fields into this array. So with that done, let's add in these imports for bed values and bath values and create this edit apartment type. And we're just going to go to our apartment type to add that in. So let's export this type and then import picker item. And here, let's import this type. Now for our formic component, we can set the initial values, and we'll set the enable reinitialize prop to true. Now for each apartment within the initial apartments, we need to show a card. So I'm going to create a new component for that, and the component is going to be called manage units card. For right now, we'll just import view and return that. And we'll go into the manage units screen and import this component. Now within the formic component, let's map through our initial apartments. So here within the view, map through values.apartments and return a manage units card. Now let's get started in building out the manage units card component. Within this, we're going to expect it to take in an apartment, which will be of the type edit apartment. And at this point, we should create our styles. So import style sheet. Let's give this outside view a style of container, which has these different fields. And let's import that. Now, at the top of this card, we want to show the unit name or an input for the unit name if the unit name is blank. So let's create that. We'll start off with a view, giving it the style of unit name container. And that just gives it a background color of our color-gray from our theme. And now we need to return a row within this view. So import that from our local components. And we're going to give it these styles. And within this row, we'll have a condition. So if apartment.unit exists and apartment.editName is falsy, then we're going to display the unit name with a button next to it which says edit. Otherwise, we're going to display an input to allow the user to create a unit name. So let's go pass in apartment into the manage units card within the manage unit screen so we don't get an error. So here apartment is equal to apartment. And let's add in the key here, which we will just assign to the index because we don't have any other unique identifier. And we don't want to use the unit for our key because if we do that and we alter the key, then it will close our keyboard whenever we are changing it. So now let's go back into manage units card and we need to add some new imports, which will be text from UIKitten, import touchable opacity, and import material icons. So here within this first component, let's render out some text for the unit name of the apartment. Then we'll render out a touchable opacity right next to that with a material icon and some text saying edit. And we're going to give these different components these different styles. Now whenever this touchable opacity gets pressed, we want to set edit name to true. So we're going to have to create a function to do that. Rather, we are going to, and within that function, we need to have the set field value function from Formic, and then the index of the apartment. So let's add those as props. So this will be set field value, and index will just be a number. For the onPress event of the touchable opacity, just call show edit name, or pass that function in rather. And let's go to manage unit screen and add in those props. So the index here is just going to be equal to index, and set field value is equal to set field value. And usually you wouldn't want to have it this specific, but we are only going to be using manage units card in this one place. So it gets the job done for right now. Now let's go back to manage units card, and we're going to build out this second component, or the else statement here. So we need to import input from UIKitten. And within this, we'll display an input for the unit name, and it is going to have all of these different dependencies. So let's add those in as props. But first, we can add this style into our styles. So these are going to be the styles for that. And now let's add in those props. Beneath set field value, we will have set field touched and handle change. And above set field value, we will have errors and touched. So let's import Formic errors and Formic touched. And let's specify these different props. Now go into manage unit screen and add in those different props. So this is what the input now looks like. And now we just need to add a button next to it. So for that, we'll use a touchable opacity component with some text. And we just need to create the hide edit name function, which will be just like show edit name, but it will set this edit name to false. And the styles for done button are a margin left of 20 and margin top of 10. All right, so that's going to be the first half of the card. So we can close out this view and create another view. We will give this view a style of input container, which has these different fields. And within this, we are going to need some select components. So let's go import those. Let's go create some select components for beds and baths. And we'll need to import bed values and picker item. And we're going to need to import bath values and create default margin top. And that will just be a margin top of 10. Underneath the select component, we'll have an input for the square feet of the apartment. And now underneath this input, we want to create a button which will either remove this apartment or it will archive or unarchive the apartment. So we'll first need to add button as an import from UIKitten. And then we need to add in some new props. So removable is going to be 1, then remove unit, and we need to create the change apartment archive function. So let's go up top and add in the change apartment archive function. So that just sets the active field to the opposite of what it is. And now let's add in remove unit. And add in removable. So that's going to be a Boolean. Now we just need to go into manage units screen and add those in as dependencies. So removable is going to depend on if the apartment was just recently added. So let's go create the functions to add and remove apartments. To add a unit, we'll deep copy the apartments, push a new edit apartment object into the new apartments array, and then set the field value apartments to our new apartments. To remove a unit, we'll filter for everything but the passed in index, and then set apartments to our new apartments. Now let's add in that prop here. Now below this mapping, let's add in a button and a divider. So we're going to need to import those from UIKitten. And we're going to need some styles for those, so import style sheet. Create your styles. And we will give those these styles. And underneath of our divider, we'll have a button to save the updates, and we can get rid of this fragment. And that button will have these styles. Here, let's add in some logic for the disabled prop. So if values.apartments.length is equal to 0, then we want it to be disabled. Otherwise, it is good to go. So now let's create the validation schema for our inputs. So we'll do that outside of the component. And we'll need to import yup. For this, we'll have a yup object with a field apartments, which is going to be an array, which is composed of objects with unit, bedrooms, bathrooms, square feet, active, edit name, and available on. So now let's go add this to the validation schema prop. Let's also create a mutation to call whenever we submit this form. So we're going to need to import use mutation and query client from React Query. Let's create our query client here, and underneath the query, let's create the mutation, and let's import use navigation and our use loading hook. Now let's go fill out the on submit prop. So we're going to get the values, and for each value we need to get the value from our bedrooms picker item. Same thing with bathrooms. And then for the square feet, we need to turn that into a number. Then we'll call the mutate method, passing in values.apartments, and let's import picker item. Let's also make some changes to the edit property screen. They're going to be pretty minor, but I noticed them from last time. So within our initial apartment values, there's this field called active, and I'm just going to do this instead. And down at the bottom of the screen, there is this button for publishing the listing. And we want to change this bit so that it takes into account whenever we do have it published and we'd like to unpublish it. So now let's test this out. In this video, we will be creating the functionality for users to leave reviews for properties. So let's get started. So the first thing that we're going to do is create a new model, and we're going to call it review. First, specify the package, then import GORM and create your structure, and include these different fields within that structure. With that done, we are going to go into our property model and add in review. So underneath apartments is where I will create reviews, and we'll add in the JSON, which will just say reviews. And above apartments, I'm going to create a new field called stars to represent how many stars the property has. Now let's go into our database file and modify the migrations. So we're going to want it to look like this instead. All right, with that done, let's go into our property routes and modify some of our functions. So within this file, we have a function called get property and apartments by property ID. Let's go modify this. So we want to say get property and associations. And we want to preload the apartments and the reviews for the property. So one way that we can do that is by saying preload reviews. Or if we want to get all of the associations with the property, we can just preload clause.associations. And we need to import that from GORM, and it looks like it auto imported for us, so let's go check that out. So now anywhere that we were using the prior function name, let's go change it. And let's also look for anywhere we're using preload. So here's another example. Let's just specify we want clause.associations. And here is another example. With that done, let's go into apartments and see if we're using it in there. And it looks like we are. So let's change this to get property and associations by property ID. Now let's go and create the routes for creating a review. So within our routes folder, let's create review. Let's specify the package as routes. Let's create the create review function and import iris. So let's create the data structure for the request body of this function. Now within the create review function, we need to get the ID for the property, which will be a URL parameter. And then we will get the property and its associations using that ID. And if property is nil, then we will return. Otherwise, we need to check and make sure the request body is valid JSON. And if we get an error, that means that we need to handle validation errors and return. If not, we need to convert this string ID into a uint. And if we get an error during that conversion, we need to create an internal server error and send that to the user. Otherwise, we'll create a review and then store that in our database. And after that, we will update the property stars, passing in the review and the property. And then we will send the review to the user. Now let's create the update property stars function. We'll expect it to take in a properties pointer and a float. And within it, we'll declare a variable average, and we'll get how many reviews the property has. And if the reviews length is equal to 0, that means that this is the first review for the property. So the average is just going to be equal to the passed in stars. Otherwise, we need to loop through each property, and we need to get the sum for all of the stars of the reviews. And then we need to divide that by the reviews length plus 1. And we also need to add the passed in stars to the sum. And that is going to give us our average. Now down here at the end, we'll just round off the average to 1 decimal place. And then we will update the property with the new stars amount. So with that done, let's add all of these imports. So we're going to need utils, string conver, models, storage, and math. And with that done, let's go into main.go. And here we need to create a new party for reviews. So we will do that underneath apartment. With that done, let's start up our server. With your server started, head to your application code. Here I am in my constants file, and I'm going to add the endpoint that we just created. So I'll start off by creating a variable called review. Then I'll create the review endpoint. And finally, I'll create the create review endpoint. So with that done, let's go create a new screen for reviews. Let's first export our component, and we're going to expect the route to have parameters of property ID and property name. And within our component, we are going to return a keyboard aware scroll view, screen, a modal header depending on the platform, and then a view. So let's add all of these different imports, and that's not from React. So let's just add view first. And down below the component, let's create our styles. And within it, let's create these styles for container. All right, with that done, let's go to our index file. And within this stack for modals, we're going to add that new screen. So let's add that stack screen. We'll give it a name of review, and header shown is false. Now let's go to our types file and add in review. Here beneath manage units is where we will create the types for review. Now let's go to the review section so that we can navigate to this screen. So within this section, let's get the navigation variable, and let's import use navigation. And now here for this button where we are logging, navigate to the review screen, let's actually navigate now. So here we will specify we need to navigate to the review screen. The property ID is going to be equal to the property ID. And if there's a property name, that will be the property name. Otherwise, we will just pass in the street, state, and zip. And let's import this function. And that should be all good. So now we can navigate to that screen within our application. So let's go look for a new property, and this one will work. And down here at the review section, let's press write a review, and here is the review screen. So let's get started in building this screen out. So I'm going to navigate to that screen within my code and get started. So in getting started, I'm going to add in some different imports that we're going to need to use. Now that's going to be all of these different components from UIKitten, Formic, Yup, Use Mutation, Use Query Client, Use Navigation, and Axios. And our local imports are going to include the following: endpoints, use auth, sign up or sign in screen, theme, row, touchable stars container, and use loading. So let's go create touchable stars container within our components folder. Let's first export our component. We're going to have 4 props, and 3 of them are required. Those are going to be stars, field, set stars, and then style is going to be an optional view style. So let's add that as an import. And let's add in some additional imports of view, style sheet, pressable, material, community icons, text, theme, and row. So within our component, we'll have 5 different options of what the star text can be. And next we will create a component which is just going to be a list of stars, and depending upon the stars passed into the component, it will either show a full star or a star outline. And we want these to be pressable. And now for this component itself, we want to return a view, and within a row is where we want to display the stars component, and underneath of that is where we want to display this stars text. Now let's go create the styles for this container, and let's go back to the review screen. Now within the review screen, we need to first see if the user is logged in, and if they aren't, we need to send them to the sign up or sign in screen. Otherwise, we want to show that they can write a review on this screen. So let's add some text saying write a review for the property name. And let's go add some styles for that text. Underneath that, we'll create a format component, and then we will return a fragment within that component. The first component within that fragment will be our touchable stars container, and we'll give that a style of default margin top. And here we're getting this error because we haven't defined our initial values, so let's do that. So in our initial values, we'll have a title, body, and stars. And here we can test out the touchable stars container. Now underneath that, we'll have an input for the title of the review, and then we'll have an input for the body of the review. Now underneath that, we'll have a row with 2 buttons in it, one for canceling and then one for submitting the review. So let's go add some of these different styles. So these different styles will have these different fields, and let's go add in navigation. Now let's create the validation schema. So that will have a required title, body is going to be required, and stars will be required. Now let's create the type that we are going to send to the server. So I'm going to do that here at the bottom of the file. It's going to have user ID, title, body, and stars. And now let's go create a mutation. So for that, we're going to actually need query client and set loading, and then we'll create a mutation called create review. Within the mutation, we're going to want to pass those formic values into it, and then make a post request to our server, passing in those values. Now when this mutates, we're going to set loading to true, and when it's successful, we will need to invalidate the queries for the selected property. If it errors out, then we'll alert to the user that we couldn't create the review. And when the mutation is settled, we will set loading to false and call navigation.goBack. Now let's go create the onSubmit function. So that's going to be underneath validation schema. And we are just going to create a review object and then call create review.mutate, passing in that create review object. So this should be done. So let's test it out. So we're going to say that this is a good property. And there we see our review. Let's create another one. And we'll say it's excellent this time. If we click off, the body must be at least 50 characters. And there we go, we have a new average score, and we see that we have 2 separate reviews. In today's video, we are going to be implementing saving and unsaving properties, and we will also be doing some refactoring. So to get started, head to your server and go to the user model. In this model, we're going to add a new field. It's going to be a JSON field, and it's going to represent our saved properties. And in this field, it's going to be an array of the property IDs which the user likes. So let's go ahead and import the data types from GORM, and let's go to our user route so that we can add a new function. So here in our user route, let's first change what we are returning to the user whenever they log in or register. So here we want to return the saved properties field whenever we are returning a user and register, login, or any other function. So let's do that. Here, I'm just going to copy this and add it to any other place where we're sending back the user to the user. Alright, so that looks good. Next, let's add a new data structure. We're going to call this alter saved properties input, and it's going to have these different fields. And next, let's create a helper function underneath hash insult password. This will be to get a user by their ID, and it will return a pointer to the user. So we're going to get the user from our database, and if we get an error during the query, we're just going to return an internal server error. Otherwise, if the user is not found, we'll send back a 404 with not found. Otherwise, we've got the user, so let's send back the address to that user. Now let's create a function to get the saved properties of a user. So I'm just going to do that underneath reset password. Here, let's declare that function. Then we're going to get the ID from the parameters, and then we'll get our user. And if user is nil, we'll just return. Otherwise, we need to get the saved properties of the user. And if we get an error during that, we're just going to send an internal server error. Otherwise, we will just send back those properties. And next, let's create a function to save or unsave properties. I'm going to put that underneath this one. We'll call this alter user saved properties, and we're going to do the same thing, getting the ID from the path parameters, and then we'll get our user based upon that ID. Next, we need to make sure that the request body is valid, and if it isn't, we need to send back the validation errors. Now, based upon the property ID within the request body, we need to get the property and its associations. And now we need to see if user saved properties is nil or not. If the saved properties are not nil, then we need to unmarshal the saved properties of the user into this slice, unmarshaled properties. And really, this is going to be a list of property IDs. And if we get an error during that, we'll send back an internal server error. And if the operation is to add, then we need to first see if the slice of unmarshaled properties contains the new property ID. And if it doesn't, then we need to append that property ID. Otherwise, our saved properties are just going to be equal to what we already have for the unmarshaled properties. And if the operation is to remove and the length of the unmarshaled properties is greater than 0, then we'll just filter the unmarshaled properties so that they don't contain the passed in property ID. And then at the end here, we need to marshal that back to JSON. And if we get an error during that process, we'll send out an internal server error. We'll save those marshaled properties to the user, and then we will send a status code of 204 back to the user. And now we just need to add some of these packages. So I'm going to open up the terminal, go get, and we also imported string convert, and for some reason we are getting this error. So I'm just going to get this package. All right, so that seemed to work. Let's go into main.go and add these new functions. We will add them under the user party, and we're going to have one, which is just going to be a get endpoint. And we'll point to get user saved properties, and then we'll have a patch endpoint to alter the user saved properties. Now with that done, let's start up our server and navigate to our application code. All right, so here in my application code, I'm going to go to my constants file, and we're going to need to add some new endpoints. So what I'm going to first do is create a new variable, which will be a function, really. And it's going to be called saved endpoint, and it will take in an ID and return this string. And within the endpoints object, I'm going to create two new endpoints for getting saved properties by user ID and altering saved properties by user ID. And then down below that, I'm going to create a new object which will hold query keys. So right now we're going to have search properties, selected properties, and saved properties. So let's go search for any place that we are using search properties as a query key and change it with query keys.search property. And it looks like we are only using it in map and search screen. So now let's go and search for the places we are using selected property. And we're using it in property details screen. And we're also using it in the review screen. All right, so with that done, let's go to the user type and make a change there. Here we're going to want to add the field saved properties, which will be a number array. And now let's go into the property type. Here let's add the field liked to our property type. With that done, let's go to the useAuth file and add a new function. This function will set the user's saved properties locally, and we're going to want to export this along with these other functions. So with that done, let's go create some new queries and a new mutation. So I'm going to go and do that in the hooks folder. I'm going to create a new folder for mutations. And I'm going to call this use save property mutations, or mutation. Within this file, we'll be adding these different imports, and we'll create a function to make a patch request to alter a user's saved properties. And down beneath that, we will export use save property mutation, and in that we'll get the user and the query client. Beneath that, we will return use mutation, which should take in a property ID and op, which will either be add or remove, and then we will call our save or unsaved property function. And we'll also need to add some options to this mutation. So onMutate will be an asynchronous function, and we're going to need to get the passed in variables. We'll cancel our queries for saved properties, search properties, and selected properties, and we'll get the data for those three queries as well. If the previously selected property ID is equal to the current property ID that was passed in, then we'll set the like value of that previous selected property to the opposite of what it was, and then we'll set the selected property data to that new property. If the operation was removed and we have the previously saved properties, then we will filter those properties so that they don't contain the property with the passed in property ID, and then we will set saved properties to the new saved properties. And if we have previously searched properties, then we will search for the property within that has the passed in ID and set liked equal to false. Now if it was add, then we need to go through our previously searched properties and set liked equal to true, where the property ID is equal to the passed in ID. Outside that logic, we will set the search properties to the previously searched properties. And down below, we will return the previously saved properties, previously searched properties, and previous selected properties. On error, we will just set the data back to what it was. And on settled, we will invalidate queries for saved properties and search properties. So with that done, let's go and add our new queries. So I'm going to create a new folder called queries, and I'm going to do that in hooks. Here I'm going to create a new file called use saved properties query. We will have these different imports. Then we'll create a function to fetch a user's saved properties based upon the passed in user ID. And then we will export our function use saved properties query, and within that we'll get the user and then return use query. The query key is going to be saved properties, and we will be calling fetch properties, which we just created, passing in the user ID, and we'll set retry to false. Next, we're going to create a new query for searching for properties. So use search properties query. We'll have these different imports, and we'll create a function to fetch properties based upon a passed in bounding box. Then we'll create the use search properties query, which will take in a bounding box, and then we'll get our query info, and then we'll transform the data if we have it. And for every property which the user has liked, we need to set liked to true, and if it wasn't liked, we'll set liked to false. And here at the end, we need to return the query info and the data in an object. Next, let's create another query called use selected property query. We'll have these imports. We'll create a function to get a property based upon a property ID. And then we will do the same type of transformation to the query info, where if the user has liked a certain property, we'll set that property.liked to true. All right, so now we need to go and implement these queries. So one place that we can do that is within map.tsx. So I'm going to go there first, and here we can just import use search properties query, and we can get rid of this use query statement and call use search properties query. And we will pass in the bounding box. Next, let's go to the search screen. Here we'll also import use search properties query, and above this search properties variable, let's create our bounding box, and then we can replace use query here with a call to use search properties query, passing in the bounding box we just created. Now let's go down here. We'll no longer have this nested data, so let's just change that. And here we won't have this. So we'll have to check if we have data first, and if we do, then we will pass that data in. Otherwise, we'll pass in an empty array. And here we can get rid of data, this second data value. And same thing here. Now let's go to the saved screen. And we can change liked properties here. We're not going to need this anymore, so I'm just going to delete it. I'm going to create a new variable called saved properties, and it's going to call our saved properties query. And if that is loading, then I'm just going to return a loading component. So we'll do that above get body text, and we'll import loading. And now where we were once using liked properties, we should now use saved properties.data. So let's go search for where we were using that. And here it is. So I'm going to replace this so that we are now using saved properties.data. And I'm going to add in some extra code. I'm going to put it above the get button appearance function. And pretty much it's going to call saved properties.refetch if all of these conditions are true. And the reason that I'm adding this is because if a user logs out and then logs back in, this page won't automatically update. I still haven't figured out why, but this is a short-term solution to that. So that's why I'm adding it. All right, now let's navigate to the property detail screen. Here we'll import useSelectedProperty query. Here we'll change this, so we're calling that useSelectedProperty query hook, passing in the property ID from the root.params. And here, if we don't have property.data, then we will just return unable to get property. And then we'll change this to property.data. Now let's go into the property header section. Here we'll add imports for useAuth and useSavedProperty mutation. We'll get rid of this state variable and replace that with user set saved properties and the saved property mutation. Now let's go down to our material community icon, and if property.liked is true, then this needs to be heart. Otherwise it can be heart outline, and I messed that up, but it's all right. Now we need to change handle heart press. So if the user isn't signed in, we'll return that they need to sign in or sign up. Otherwise, we will alter their saved properties and then mutate their saved properties. And to alter their saved properties, it will depend on add or remove. If it's add, then we need to add the property ID to their saved properties array. If it's remove, we'll remove it. So that should work for the property header section. Now we need to go to the card information component and change some things there. So we will import useAuth and useSavedProperty mutation, and we're pretty much going to be doing the same thing because this component also contains that heart. Next we'll get the user set saved properties and saved property, and we will just use the same functions that we used in the other component. And you could argue that we could put this all into one single heart component, and maybe I will in a later video. But for right now this works, so I'm going to go with it. Next I'm going to add in pressable from React Native. Next we need to go and change our heart icon. So right here we will wrap this in a pressable component. On press we'll call our handle heart press function, and the icon will depend on property.liked. Now we just need to create the heart container style, and that will have these different fields of padding horizontal 10, padding top 10, and padding bottom of 5. So with that done, let's give this a test. Let's go here, see that I have some saved properties from the past. Let's get rid of some of these. And we'll go into this one, and there you can see if we tap on that, it should no longer be in saved properties, and it no longer is, so that's working. We'll go here and we'll search for some properties, and here, okay, I don't know why that's saved, probably just from some testing, but yeah, let's go to Vegas. We'll save this, and here we can see that. We'll unsave, it's gone there. We go back here, it's gone there. We go into here, it's gone there. So here we can save within the list. I just added 3 there. We can see that. And then if we go over to saved, we have these here. If we unsave over here, it'll unsave on the other side. So now we only have 2. And that seems to be working. So now let's just add in another. Let's go to Italy. I have one there. And our search functionality works, so the query to search worked. And we can save that, and it will be saved over here. So now let's log out, and then log back in. And if we go to the saved, we are not seeing it. Alright, so the reason that we're getting that error is because we were only checking if saved properties.data does not exist, but if we have an empty array, then this is no longer true. So we'll check or the data length is equal to 0, and it should now work as expected. So I'm going to sign in and test that for you. And here we are getting what we expect. So for the first example, I'm just going to create a new mutation for creating a property. So I'll call this use create property mutation. And then we will go to where we are creating a property. So we'll search up use mutation. And then here in the add property section, we will go here. We can just copy this mutation and then paste it over in use create property mutation. Let's create the hook right now, and then we will return use mutation within that. Let's import use mutation. We're gonna have to import property, Axios, endpoints, query client, and then we'll have to import stack actions and use navigation, as well as query client, or use query client. And then within this hook, we need to create the query client, or rather get the query client and dispatch from use navigation. Here we can just say dispatch, and then we'll create this as its own separate function. So above this, we'll create the function create property, and then here we will get rid of this mutation key, and we'll just call create property. And now we'll have to replace this with a query key, or rather we'll have to add this as a query key and then replace it. So let's go copy that. We'll go to our constants, add this as a query key. So my properties. And I'm going to make this camel case now. And now let's go back to the mutation we were just in. And we will now need to add that as the key here. So query keys dot my properties. And now we just need to add the create property type from property. And we should be good. And now we need to go find any references where we use my properties as a query key. So my properties. And it looks like we use that in add property section. So that will now be query keys dot my properties. And it will be the same thing in all of these other cases. So this is in edit property screen. Same thing in card. Same thing in manage unit screen. And last is in my property screen. Now let's go back to the add property section. And instead of this mutation, we can now call our use create property mutation hook. So we will do that. Now we no longer need query client or navigation. So for the rest of the mutations and queries, that is what I'm going to be doing. Another big refactor that I'm going to be doing is I'm going to rename useAuth here to useUser, and then I'll create another hook which will be called useAuth, and that will actually log in, register, and use Facebook login, register, Google OAuth, and Apple OAuth to log in a user. And then reset password will also be within that hook. So first, let's go into useAuth and change this to useUser. So this will no longer be useAuth. It will be useUser. And I'm going to rename the file. So now I just need to go and find every instance of useAuth and change it to useUser. So here, let's search for useAuth, and then we can press on this arrow and replace that with useUser. And here we can press this button to replace all. Alright, with that done, let's go create a different hook called useAuth. These are going to be our non-local imports. These will be our local imports. Here we are going to export const useAuth. Let's go to our sign up screen. Here we have Google prompt async and Facebook prompt async. Let's cut those and paste them in useAuth. Then we'll get login, go back, and set loading from these different hooks. We'll create a function called handle sign in user, and we'll create another function to handle auth errors. Then we'll create a function for natively registering a user. We'll create another one for native login. Then we'll create one for Facebook auth, another for Google auth, and a final one for Apple auth. Now we'll return native register, native login, and the auth functions. Now let's navigate to the sign in screen. And we can get rid of all of this stuff. And we just need native login, Facebook auth, Google auth, and Apple auth from useAuth. Here on submit needs to be asynchronous. And we'll just await native login, passing in the values. Now we can go to the Facebook, Google, and Apple buttons, and we just need to await each respective auth function. And now we can get rid of all these different imports. Now let's go to sign up screen. We can do the same thing here, getting rid of all these different mutations. And we can get rid of navigation as well. Now for handle submit, we just await native register, passing in the values. And for the Google, Facebook, and Apple button, we will just await each respective auth function there as well. Now I'm going to go into the user service. So here in services, I'm going to go to this user file, and down at the bottom, I'm going to create a new function, or rather two new functions for forgot password and also registering a new password. So here's what forgot password looks like. We already did this in a mutation previously. And here is what resetting a password will look like. And also for all these different functions, I'm just going to return the data at the end and not check if it's present. If it isn't present, then we'll just return undefined, and we're already handling an error, so I don't see why that would be invalid. So that's why we're doing it. Now let's go to the forgot password screen. And here we can get rid of this forgot password mutation. We'll now import useLoading and forgot password. And we'll get the setLoading function from useLoading. Then we'll create the handle submit function. And for our format component on submit, we'll now just pass a reference to handle submit. All right, now let's navigate to the reset password screen. Here we'll import useLoading and reset password. And here we can replace navigation with just the navigate function from useNavigation, and then we'll get setLoading from useLoading. We can get rid of this reset password mutation as well as this if statement, and we'll create our handle submit function. And let's go change on submit to pass in handle submit. All right, so with that done, let's just go and remove some of these imports. And there's really only two other things that I should mention before I'm just going to speed run through replacing use queries and use mutations. So the first thing is going to be in use user. So one functionality we want is if a user has searched for properties in an area and they aren't logged in, but then they log in and they have liked properties in that area, we want to show that they have those liked properties. So we would need to do that within this login function in use user. And here I'm just going to remove refetch queries, and I'm going to replace that with this logic. So here I'm going to import our query keys property, and that's all we need. So that's what this code does. So here is an example of that. So we will sign out. We'll go over here and search for some properties, search the area, we'll see a list, and none of these are liked because we aren't logged in. But if we go and sign in, and we sign in as an account which has liked properties, then we would expect those properties to be liked, or at least show us the properties which we liked. So here we'll see that we have 3 liked properties. Now here we should have 3 liked properties, and there you can see we have them. So that's the type of functionality that we want. But if you don't add this in your code, you aren't going to get that. So I'm still looking for a better way to do that, but this works as a workaround for now. And then another issue that I noticed is if you go up and then you log out. So you see that this map area and that header is hidden. If you log out and you try and go back, then you can't really access it because it's hidden. So what we need to do is go into our animated list header component. And here we're only going to want to have this if the available properties exists and map shown is false. Otherwise, we want to just have it as 0, 0. And we're going to do the same thing down below. So now we'll do the same thing and it should work a lot better this time. So we'll sign out and we'll go back, and here we see that we have a map area. Now the user can search, and if they go back, they'll get a little glitch there. I haven't found a way to fix that, but this will give us the functionality that we want, and it will still allow the user to search for properties and view the list. So with that done, I am now going to create the rest of the mutation and query hooks. So I'll go into constants, and I'm going to add in edit property and apartments. So now I'm just going to go and create those mutations and queries. And here we'll add this to manage unit screen. Apartments will now be equal to use apartments query, passing in the route.params.property ID. And we'll change apartment data here. Now let's go create the edit apartments mutation. Now we'll go back to manage unit screen and change out this mutation. Now let's go to the handle submit, and we will just change edit apartments.mutate to pass in the object and the property ID. And now we can get rid of these unused hooks. Now let's create the query for editing properties. Now we'll go to the edit property screen. And we can change this use query so that it now we'll call the use edit property query hook. And now let's go create this mutation for edit property. Looks like we need to go and create the edit property object type, and that should be in the bottom here. Yep, so we'll just go and add that to our property types. And we're going to want to export it. Now let's go back to our hook. So use edit property mutation. Now let's go back to edit property screen. We can change this out with just calling the use edit property mutation hook. Get rid of this. And I'm going to move this up here. Now down below, we will have to import the edit property object type, and for edit property.mutate, we will need to pass in the object and our property ID. Now we can go and create a mutation for reviews. So we'll call that use create review mutation. And it looks like we need to go into the review screen. And let's go add this to the review types. Now let's go back to the mutation. And we'll go back to the review screen. We'll import use create review mutation. And here for create review, we can just call that hook. Now down in the handle submit, we just need to change the mutate. And we just have one more mutation to create now. It will be for deleting properties. So call it use delete property mutation. Now we just need to go into our card component and we'll call that here. So first let's import and we can change out use mutation. And here we just need to change mutate, passing in the property ID. And we can get rid of set loading and query client. Now we just need to create one more query called use my properties query. And now we just need to go to the my properties screen. And here for properties, we'll change this out to just call use my properties query. And here we will change this so that it is only going to return loading if properties is loading. Now let's change data. And we'll change it down here as well. In today's video, we're going to be adding Expo push notifications to our application. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is go and search for their documentation under Expo push notifications. I'm just going to click this first link. Here we have 3 different links for setup, sending, and receiving. I'm just going to open these in new tabs. And here, there's the Expo push notification tool. I'm going to open that as well. So now I'm going to go to the setup portion. And I'm going to copy this code that they are showing. Now I'm going to go back into my application, create a new hook called use notifications. And then I'm just going to paste that code into here. So we'll have to change some things within it. So we'll do this. We need to get the package here for Expo notifications and Expo device. So let's go into the terminal, do Expo install Expo-notifications and Expo-device. All right, so with those installed, let's go and import those in this file. And here we aren't going to be setting any state within this hook, so we'll get rid of that. And we need to import platform from React Native. And then we'll return this within an object here at the end. All right, now let's go back to the documentation, and we will see that for credentials on Android, we have to set up a Firebase project. So I'm going to do that right now. And here we're going to open up the Firebase console and go create a new project. So I'm going to pick apartments clone. I created this when setting up the Google OAuth. And I'll just continue. I'm not going to enable analytics. You can if you want. Now let's go create a new Android application. Here we need to add a package name to our app. So I'm going to go into app.json and change the scheme. And then under Android, I need to add in a new field for the package name. So here for this scheme, I'm going to go with com Jeremy Persing apartments clone. Call this whatever you want, but follow this syntax of com dot blank dot blank. And now under Android, I'm going to add a new field called package and just put in the same string as my scheme above. Now let's copy this and go back to our setup within Firebase and add it here. Our app nickname is apartments clone. Now let's register the app. Download Google services.json. And we want to put that in the root of our project. I'm going to get rid of this -2 here. So rename. And here we'll go add next, next, and continue to console. So we're going to want to add this underneath Android here. I'm going to put it underneath package, and that will point to the file that we just added. Go ahead and confirm that the API key in the Google services.json file matches what you have in your Google Cloud Platform API credentials. Now let's go add some credentials to Expo so that they can send notifications. So we need to go back to Firebase, click on this gear, and then go to project settings. Go to cloud messaging. And now we need to enable cloud messaging, the legacy version. So now copy the token next to the server key. And now we'll run this command. All right, so we're all set there. Now I'm going to go to receiving notifications and add some of this code into the project. And really what I care about here is setting the notification handler, registering the received listener and response listener, and then these two methods that they're showing here. So I'm going to go into index over here, and that is our navigation. And within the root navigator, I'm going to use a use effect hook. So I'm going to import that. And we're going to run this on the initial app opening. And here we need to import everything as notifications. And should play sound, should set badge. We're going to set that to true. Right, so with that implemented, let's go into use notifications and add in 2 new functions. So within use notifications, we need 2 more functions, one for handling notifications whenever the app is foregrounded, and then another for whenever the notification is pressed. And here we need to import linking. So handle notification would be useful if you want to update maybe data on a certain page or within your application. And then handling a notification response, I see that being useful for going to a certain screen within your app. And we're going to export these as well. Now let's go back to index. Above this use effect, let's call our use notifications hook and get register push notifications async and handle notification response. And we just need to import that. Now, above setting our notification handler here, we are going to register for push notifications. And beneath it, we are going to set a response listener for whenever a notification is pressed. So now we can go back to use notifications, and we will just make sure that this is obvious. So we'll state token, and then I'm going to reload my app. So after restarting my device, I can now copy over my push token and go to the notification tool, paste that in here, and send myself a new notification. So I'm going to have a title of hey and a body of it works, and I'll send that notification now. And here in the top of my screen, you can see that I'm getting these different notifications of hey, it works. And if I set this flag to true so that it does play a sound, then it will actually show up on the screen whenever the app is foregrounded. And there you can see that. Now, if I go outside of the app and test it, then I can click on that and go to the home screen of my application. So that's pretty cool, but in prod, you're not going to want to use this. So we need to go and implement sending notifications from our server. So let's go and do that. For sending notifications, and since we are using Golang, I'm going to go use the Go SDK. If you're using Node.js, just use SDK Node. And I'm going to open that in a new tab. Here I'm going to get this package. So with that done, I'm going to create a new utility function, or rather it's going to be a utility file for notifications. Now the package here is utils. We're going to import errors, FMT, and the Expo server SDK. We'll initialize our push client, and then we'll create a function to send notifications. It's going to take in these parameters. We'll get our token. If there's an error, we need to return the error. Otherwise, we'll get the response and a push error if there happens to be one. If there is a push error, we'll return that push error, and then we will validate the response. And if everything checks out, then we will just return nil. Now we can go create a new route for sending notifications. And this is just going to be a test route to call this function. So here we'll specify that the package is routes. We'll import iris and utils. Then we'll create a function called test message notifications. For the data here, I'm going to create a URL which will point to the message screen, and the property ID for the root.params will be 101, and this corresponds to a property within my database. And then we will test out that send notification function we just created, passing in the Expo push token for our device. We'll have the title just be push title, and then the push body is just some random text here. And at the end, we'll just say sent is true. And you wouldn't do something like this in production where you'd call this endpoint, but what you would do is you'd call this send notification function whenever you need to send a notification to a specific user. So with that done, let's go to main.go and we'll create a new party for notifications, and we'll just have a post endpoint called test, passing in the test message notification function we just created. Now we can start our server and we can test this out. So I have Thunder client and I can just make a post request to that endpoint and we should see it on our device. So there we have push title, push body is this message. If I press it, nothing happens yet because I need to go set up the linking configuration within my application. So let's go do that real quick. We need to go to linking configuration. So here within the linking configuration, we have this message screen. I need to modify this. So the path is going to be message and it will have a parameter of property ID. So now if we save that and we test it out, it should take us to that screen. All right, so before we go and test this again, let's go to our message screen and change some things so that we don't get errors when we try and go there, pressing on the notification. So first things first, we can get rid of all this crap about finding the index of a property. All that was just for testing purposes. And then we can import use selected property query. And we can query our server so that we can find the property with the passed in property ID. And then here above our return statement, we will say if there is no user, we want to return a sign up or sign in screen. And if there's no property, we'll just say that we were unable to get the property. I'm going to get rid of this import for properties and I'm going to import sign up or sign in screen. Then here where we're rendering out an image, let's just make sure that we have an image to render before we do so. And same thing with the property name here. All right, now let's go and test this. So if we press on this, we will now get taken to the message screen. And if we are outside of the app and get sent a notification, we will get taken there as well. So now we just need to store whether or not the user allows notifications, and we need to store their push tokens associated with their account. So to do that, I'm going to go first modify my user model. And I'm going to add in two new fields. So one is push tokens. That's going to be JSON, but really that's going to be an array of push tokens. And then allows notifications, which will just be a Boolean pointer. And the reason I'm making this an array is because a user can sign in from multiple devices and one push token is associated with one device. So with that out of the way, let's go and create some new functions in our user route. The data structures that these will be taking in are add push token input, which will just have a required string, and allows notifications input, which will have a required Boolean pointer. Now I'm going to put these underneath the alter user saved properties function. The first function will be add push token, and we will get the user ID from the parameters. Then we will get the user from our database based upon the parameters. If no user exists, then we will just return. Next, we need to check that the body of the request is valid. And then we'll create two new slices, one for unmarshaled tokens and then one for push tokens. And if the push tokens of the user is not equal to nil, then we need to unmarshal those tokens and they will go into the unmarshaled tokens slice. Now, if the unmarshaled tokens does not contain the token within the request body, then we will append that to unmarshaled tokens and then we will assign that to push tokens. Otherwise, push tokens will just be the unmarshaled tokens. Then we'll marshal our push tokens And if we get an error during that, we'll send an internal server error. And then we need to assign those push tokens to the user, and we will update that user within our database. And then we'll send off a status code of 204. Next, we'll create another function called allows notifications. We'll get the user ID from the parameters, then we'll get the user from our database. Then we will make sure that the request is valid. Then we'll set the user.allows notifications to whatever the request body states. We'll update our user, and then we will send off a status code of 204. And one other thing that we need to do is we need to go to every place that we are returning a user, and we'd also like to return their allows notification status. So we'll say allows notifications, the new user dot allows notifications. Now let's go to main.go, and here we'll add 2 new patch endpoints for the push token and then the settings for notifications. Now I'm going to start this up again and then head over to my application code. On second thought, I'm reconsidering the design I implemented for add push token. I think that we need to call this alter push token, and we need to allow the functionality to remove a push token. And the reason that I came to this conclusion is because if a user logs in on a certain device and allows notifications on that device, then we will store the push token for that device. But if the user then logs out for that device, the push token will still be stored, and we will send a notification to that device whenever that user's account is pinged. And this would be problematic because we would be sending notifications to a person who isn't the user. So I think that whenever a user logs out, we need to remove the push token for that device. And to do that, we just need to alter this add push token function that we created. So I'm going to go alter the struct as well so that it matches what we need. So it's no longer add push token input, it will be alter push token input. We're going to have an op just like we have for saved properties input. Let's change this here. And here where we have this if statement for if slices contains the token in the request body, we will just wrap that in an if statement itself. For the op, if it's add, then we will do what we just did. But if it's remove and the length of the unmarshaled tokens is greater than 0, then we will filter the unmarshaled tokens so that they do not contain the token that is passed in to the body. And then everything else is going to be the same. And we just need to go into main.go and change this. All right, now we can start up our server and head over to our application code. All right, so here I am in my application code. I'm going to add those endpoints that we just created. We'll call them push token endpoint and allows notifications endpoint, and we'll add those down in the endpoints object. Now let's go to the user type, and we'll add in allows notifications and push token. And push token is not going to be a string array because we only want to represent the current device. Now I'm going to go to my user service, and I'm going to create 2 new functions to call those patch endpoints for altering a push token and allowing notifications. Now I'm going to go into use user. And here I'm going to abstract this into its own function. replace any time that we were using these 3 lines of code. I'm just going to replace it with this function call. And now we'll create a function for adding a push token. And here we need to add this import. And we'll create a function for altering a user's allows notifications. And we'll have to import this as well. And within our logout function, we will add in some logic to remove an Expo push token from a user's account if they log out and that token is available. So for that, we're going to have to import everything as notifications from Expo notifications. And here I'm just going to wrap this in an if statement specifying that if a user exists, then we are able to perform all of these actions. Now we just need to export add push token and set allows notifications within this object. Now let's go to use notifications. And here we need to get those functions, add push token, set allows notifications, and user from use user. Here we'll say if no user, return. Here, if final status is not equal to granted, we will set allows notifications to false if the user allows notifications. And underneath our token here, we will add that push token to the user and set allows notifications to true if the user currently has that flag as false or null. Now I'm going to create a new screen called account settings screen. These will be our imports. These will be the styles we're going to use. Here we'll export our component, get the user, and set allows notifications, as well as register for push notifications. And then we will have this notifications changed function, and we'll return a screen with just a row and some text for notifications, and then a toggle to toggle if the user allows notifications or if they no longer will. So if a user currently doesn't allow for notifications and they put that setting into their settings, not within our application but on their device, then we'd like to alert them that even if they toggle the toggle here, that they still aren't going to receive notifications. So I'm going to pass this. So I'm going to have an optional parameter in this register for push notifications async function. So let's go there. It's in use notifications. So we'll say alert user. And that will be an optional Boolean. And here, if the final status is not equal to granted, we will alert the user to enable push notifications in their settings. And now we just need to import alert from React Native and open settings from, I believe it's Expo linking. And we also want to show that only when alert user is true. So if alert user, then we will alert the user. All right, now we can go back here and this should all check out. Now let's go add this screen to our index file. And down below our bottom tab navigator, I'm going to create a new stack for the account screen and the account settings. So here I need to import this, and then for this bottom tab screen, the last one, this will now say account root. The component is going to be account stack. The tab bar label is going to be account. And now I need to go into my types and add in some new types. So let's alter root stack param list, and then let's create the account tab param list and go back into here and import this. Now let's go into the account screen. Here where we have account settings, we want to change this so that we navigate to that account settings screen. Here for the on-press event, we will navigate to root. Then the screen is going to be account root, and the parameters will have a screen field, which is settings. And before we test it, let's go back to the account settings screen and pass in true for register for push notifications async. And now we can navigate to that screen. So here we see that notifications are allowed for this user, jp22@c.com. And let's go into our database and make sure that that is correct. And here we can see that that is true. So that's what we are expecting. Now let's search for the Expo push token. So that should just be push_tokens. And now let's sign out and rerun this. And here we see that it is now null, which is what we want. And if we sign in again, we will go to jp22@c.com again. We would have to restart the application. So we'd have to close out of it and then go back into it for us to add in the push token back to that account. Here, it should be added in now. So let's rerun this. And there we can see that it exists. And now let's go and turn off the user allowing push notifications. And here we can say allows notifications. And it should be false now, and that is what it is. So now we can turn off on the settings level notifications for Expo. So now if we turn this on, we're going to get this to enable push notifications. Please change your settings. So let's go and open our settings. And here we should really not even allow it to go to true if they aren't allowing for notifications. All right, so here in the account settings screen, we're going to change this notifications change function. And to get started, we're actually going to go to use notifications. And here, where we are saying that we want to alert to the user that they aren't allowing notifications. For this return statement, we are going to throw a new error. So we'll go throw new error, and we'll just say user doesn't allow for notifications. Okay, and now we can leverage this back in the account settings screen. So we're going to wrap this in a try-catch block. And then we will go ahead and do this. And we will also leverage the checked argument that gets passed into this function. So that is going to be a Boolean, and it's coming from this toggle component. If checked is false, then just set allows notifications to false. Otherwise, we'll get rid of this. We will set allows notifications to checked, and then we will await the register for push notifications async function, passing in true. And if we get an error during this, we are just going to set allows notifications to the opposite of checked. And we're doing this because this allows for a better user experience with the toggle button. If we don't do it like this, I've found that the toggle button is kind of glitchy. So now if we test this out, we can first go to our database to see that this user does not allow for notifications. And if we turn this on, we get this error saying that they don't allow for notifications in their settings. So now we go back here. It's still set to false. Now we'll open up our settings, turn notifications on, turn this on, and here allows notifications is true. In today's video, I'm going to show you guys how you can implement chat functionality into your React Native app. So let's get started. Here I am in my Go backend, and I'm just going to create two new models. So one is going to be called conversation, and conversation will have these different fields. And next we need to go and create message. And message is going to have these different fields. So with those added, let's go add those to our migrations. So that's going to be in database. And here we'll add conversation and message to the migrations. So with that done, let's create some routes to create messages and conversations. So first I'm going to create the message route. Let's first specify the package as routes, then we will add our imports. Next, we need to create a structure for what creating a message should look like, and then we'll create our create message function. We need to get the body from the request and validate that it fits this structure, and then we will create a new message if it does, and then we need to create that and store it in our database, and then send the message off to the user. And that's going to be it in the message route. Now let's go and create the conversation route. Here we're going to have to specify the package as routes again. Let's add in our imports. Let's create the data structure for what creating a conversation should look like. And now let's create our function for creating a conversation. We're going to need to get the body from the request and then validate it fits this data structure. And if it does, we need to make sure that no conversation exists between the sender and the receiver. And if we get an error during this, we'll send the user we got an internal server error. And if a conversation already exists, we need to state that a conversation already exists so we can't create a new one. Otherwise, we need to take the text from the input or the request body and then create a new message. Then we'll create a new conversation and we'll add that message in whenever we create it. Then we will store that in our database and send that conversation off to the user. And now let's create a helper function. We'll call it getConversationResult, and it's going to query our database for a conversation, which is going to have the ID of the passed in ID. And we're going to make some joins so that the end result is this conversation result. And if we get an error during that, we'll send off an internal server error. If no rows are affected, we're going to send off a 404. Otherwise, we are going to return the result, and then we will also return that the error is nil. So here I'm going to have to go and create this create not found function. So I'm going to do that real quickly. I just need to go into my errors.go file, and we'll create a new function here, which just sends off that the status code is 404, and we're going to send off text saying not found. So we'll save that and go back here, and we're going to create a new function to get a conversation by its ID. We're going to need to get the ID from the URL parameters, and then we are going to need to get the conversation result using our getConversationResult function. If error is not nil, we need to return. Otherwise, we need to get the messages where the conversation ID is equal to the passed in or the ID in the parameter. And we're going to want to order those in descending order. And if that query gives us an error, we're going to send off the status code of 500. Otherwise, the messages from this conversation are going to be the messages we got from our message query. And then we will just send off that result to the user. Now let's create another helper function to get conversation results by a user ID. And it will be very similar to this function up here, except that we need to add some additional clauses onto our query. And if we run into any errors, we'll send off the same response. Same thing if we don't have any rows affected. Otherwise, if all is good, we will send back the result and the error will be nil. Now we'll use that function in another function called getConversationsByUserID, and we will get the ID from the URL parameters, and then we will get the conversation results by calling that function. If error is not nil, then we need to return. Otherwise, we need to get the conversation IDs from results. Then we need to get all of the messages associated with those conversation IDs. Then we're going to create a map for all of those messages. And then using that map, we will assign the correlating messages to the correct conversation. And if we get any error with the message query, we will send off an internal server error. And after all of that is done, we need to sort the conversations so that the conversation with the most recent message is at the top and the conversation with the least recent message is at the bottom. And then we will just send those results back to the user. All right, now let's go into the user routes. And here we're going to add in another function. This function is going to be called getUserContactedProperties, and we need to get the ID from the URL parameters, and then we need to get the associated conversations where the tenant ID is equal to the passed in ID. Now, if we get an error during that process, we'll send back a status code of 500. And if no rows are affected, we'll send back nothing was found. And once we have those conversations, we need to get the property IDs from them. So we'll put those into this slice. And then we will query our database for all of the properties that have those IDs. Now, if we get an error during that, we'll do the same thing that we did above. And at the end of it, we need to just send back those properties. Now let's go into main.go. Now here in user, we're going to need to add in another route. It's going to be a get endpoint to get those user contacted properties. And then one change I'm going to make here is I'm just going to get rid of create so that it looks like that. And now I'm going to add in my conversation endpoints. And I'm also going to add in my messages endpoint. And that's going to be it for the main server. So now we're going to create a new server using TypeScript and nodejs. And this is going to be for the socket connection between app and then server. So here I'm going to make a new directory. I'm going to cd into that directory. And I'm just going to open it in VS Code. So here, let's initialize a new project. Now we need to add some dependencies. So let's go yarn add -d at types /node and TypeScript. Next, create a new file called tsconfig.json, and we're going to add these different fields into that file. And next, I'm going to create a getignore file. In this, I'm going to put .env and node modules. And now I'm going to create my .env file, and I'm going to add in the different credentials for signing in to my database. And this is what it should look like for you. We're going to be using these different variable names. Next, I'm going to create a source folder. So source, and then I'm going to create a dist folder. Now I'm going to go into package.json, and I'm going to need to add in a few different scripts. So for this, I'm just going to add in a start script and a build script. I know some people like to use Node.js, so if you want to install that as well, go ahead and create your scripts for that. Now, next thing I need to do is add in index.js, or really index.ts into the source folder. And here I'm just going to say console.log hello world, just to make sure everything is configured correctly. Now I will say yarn start. And there we go, it's working. So with the project configured, we now need to install socket.io. So I'm going to go to their website and check out their documentation. Go to installation steps, and we're using yarn here, so I'm just going to use this. And we're also going to need to install some other packages, those being .env, Expo, Server, SDK, PG, and UUID. And we're going to need to install some dev dependencies of types/PG and the types for UUID. So now within index, let's create a new server. So we're going to import server from socket.io. And here we'll say const.io is equal to new server. And we also need to import .env. So .env from .env. And at the top of the project, we'll just say .env.config. Now, after initializing our server, we'll listen on port 3000 and log that we are listening there. All right, so with that done, I'm going to create a new file for my types. So this is just going to be called types.ts, and we're only going to have one type. And we're going to call that type session socket. All right, now let's go create the file for connecting to our database. Here I'm going to create a new folder, call it db, and in there we'll create a new file called index.ts. And in here we need to import pool from PG, create a new pool, and then we are going to export the query function, which will just query our database. And because we named our environment variables the way that we did, we don't need to pass them in when constructing pool. All right, now let's go do the same thing for notifications. So we'll import Expo, Expo push message, and Expo push ticket, as well as DB. Then we'll create a new instance of Expo, and we will create an array for Expo push tickets. Here we'll create a function for getting the push tokens of a user. Next, we'll create this function for creating messages. And then we will create this function for sending off notifications. And finally, we will create a function to validate the ticket receipts. And I just ripped off all this code from Expo's push notification documentation, specifically their Node SDK documentation. So with that done, let's go back into the source index.ts file, and let's get started on building out our server. Now within the main index.ts file, let's add some additional imports. And I'm going to go back into my types and add an additional field here called connected, and that's going to be a Boolean value. Now underneath IO, we're going to create a new session map, which will hold a number as the key and these different fields in an object. Next, we'll create some middleware. So we're going to be using the use method from IO, and then we need to get socket and next. Within it, we need to get the session ID. Now, if we have a session ID, we need to see if a session exists within our session map. And if a session already exists, we need to assign these different fields the different values within our session map, and we'll set session.connected equal to true. Then we need to set the session within our map to the current session, and then we will return a function call to next. Now, if there is no session ID, then we need to get the user ID and username. And if there is no user ID, we need to return to the user that they have an invalid user ID. Otherwise, we need to create a new session ID and a new user socket ID. And then we need to assign these different values to these different fields on the socket. And then we'll set this new session in our session map so that the key is the user ID and all of this other information goes into the object. And then we will just call next. Now, beneath this middleware, we need to handle whenever a user connects. So whenever a user connects, we need to have their socket join to the user socket ID for their socket. And then we need to emit back to the user what their session ID is. And when a user disconnects, we need to get their user session from the session map. And if there is a user session, then we need to set connected to false. And then we will reset the user session within the session map. Now, whenever a user wants to send a message, we're going to emit from their phone a send message string. And we're going to pass in these different values with that string, and it's going to be handled here. So off the bat, we need to get the receiver from the session map, and if there is a receiver and that receiver is connected to the server, then we need to send to them the message. So we're going to emit get message, and on the user's phone, whenever we emit this, they will have a listener for get message, and then they will see this corresponding data as a message and a notification. So if there is no receiver, then we need to get the push tokens associated with that user ID of the receiver. And if the user has push tokens and they allow for push notifications, then we need to create some messages to send to them. And then we are going to send off those notifications. And that is going to be it on the server side for our socket server. So now we can go into our application and set things up there. All right, so with both of our servers modified, I am going to start them both up. So for the chat server, we'll just say yarn start. Then back on our main server, run go run main.go. And then I'm going to navigate to my application code and start to build things out here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is get some new packages. The first package is going to be Flyer HQ React Native Chat UI. And the second package I'm going to get is Socket.io client. So I need to add that. All right, now I'm going to go into my constants folder, and then I'm going to add in a new constant for the socket. So we'll call this socket.ts. Now here we'll import IO and then connect to our socket server. But we're going to set auto connect to false because we only want to connect when a user is logged in. So now we need to go to our endpoints and add in that chat URL. So I'm going to put this beneath server URL, and it's just going to point to my local host at port 3000. And then I need to add in some new endpoints for messages and conversation. So I'll create those right here, and we'll create a contacted endpoint as well. Now here in endpoints, let's add in chat. We'll add in get contacted properties by user ID, and then we will create our various endpoints for creating conversations and messages and getting those conversations. Now down here in our query keys, we need to add in 3 new ones. The first one will be contacted properties, and then the second 2 will be conversations and selected conversation. All right, so with that done, I'm going to go into my user type and add in a new field. That field is going to be for a session ID, and that will be an optional string. Now let's head over to our use user hook. And after after a user logs in, we're going to want to connect to a socket. So here in our login function, we need to set these different field values to socket.auth, and then we need to connect to our socket. And we just need to import socket from our constants. Now down here in logout, we will just need to disconnect from our socket whenever we log out. So we'll call disconnect. All right, now let's go to app.tsx. And within this use effect, where we are getting a user, we need to add some logic so that if we have a user, we will connect to the socket server. So here I'm going to wrap this in some braces and get to work here. So first thing that I'm going to do is where we are parsing this JSON, I'm going to assign that to a variable so that we can use it. So I'll say const user object is equal to json.parseUser. Here we'll set this as the user object. And then beneath setting the user is where we want to set those different fields within the auth object on the socket. So that's going to be the user ID and the username. And then we want to connect to the socket. So we'll have to import socket here. And here where we are calling getUser, we'll say .then. And this is where we are going to set up our listeners for the socket. So our first listener is going to be for getMessage, and that's going to have a payload with sender ID, sender name, conversation ID, and text. So whenever we get a message, we want to invalidate the current queries for conversations and the selected conversation. And then we want to notify the user that they just got a message, so we will send to them a local notification. And whenever they press on that, it'll take them to the messages screen for that current message. And we're going to have to build this out, but that is what we're going to do whenever a user gets a message. So here I need to import query keys, and I need to import everything as notifications from Expo notifications. And because we're doing local notifications, I'm going to go into app.json. And here within the Expo object, I'm just going to add in a plugins field, and Expo notifications is going to be in an array there. So I'll save that and go back to app.tsx. Now our second listener is going to be for whenever a session is emitted. So whenever that's the case, we're going to get this session ID, and we're going to need to store that on the user's device. So we're going to use the secure store to store that, and we're going to update the user setting session ID to that session ID that we get. Now the next listener is going to be for if we get a connection error, and if the error message is an invalid user ID and we have a user, we just need to reset these credentials for auth and then reconnect to the socket. Now, outside of this then statement, we will return socket.auth for get message, session, and connect error. Now, before I get started in building out the different screens for creating messages and viewing them, I'm going to go create some types, and also I'm going to create the mutations and query hooks to actually get the data from our server or create data to push to our database. So let's go create some new types now. So here in my types folder, I'm going to create conversation.ts, and I'm also going to create message.ts. Now our message type is going to be really simple, and then we're going to use that in conversation. So in conversation, we're going to import message type from the React Native chat UI, and then our local message. And then conversation will have owner ID, tenant ID, property ID, and messages. Then selected conversation will have these different fields. Transformed conversation will look like this. Here's what create conversation will look like. and this is what author will look like. Now I'm going to go create my mutations. So let's go there, and that's going to be in hooks, mutations, and the first one I'm going to create is going to be called use create message mutation. These are going to be our imports, and we'll create a function called create message, which will make a post request to our server. And then we will just export the use create message mutation hook here. Within it, we'll need to get the query client. Now we're going to want to return a call to use mutation, and we're going to expect it to take in a conversation ID, author, sender ID, receiver ID, and text. And then we're just going to pass those variables in to our create message function here. And whenever that is mutating, we need to cancel the queries for conversations and selected conversation. And then we need to get any previous conversations and the previous selected conversation. And then we need to create a new text message. And if there is a previously selected conversation, we need to unshift that text message so that it is at the index of 0 within the messages array. And then we'll reset our selected conversation data. And then we're going to do the same thing with previous conversations. And then here at the end, we just want to return the previous conversations and previous selected conversation. Now, if we get an error, we just want to reset the query data to these previous conversations and previous selected conversation. Now on success, we need to emit to the socket server the send message event, and this will send the message off to the recipient, and it's going to contain all of this data. Now on settled, we just need to refetch those queries, so we're going to invalidate them. So that'll be it for the use create message mutation. Now I'm going to create another one called use create conversation mutation. These will be our imports. We'll create a create conversation function, which just makes a post request to our server. Here we'll export our use create conversation mutation hook. Within this, we'll need to get the query client and the navigate function. And then here we'll return a call to use mutation hook. We'll need to pass in the owner ID, tenant ID, property name, sender name, and text. And then we will call this create conversation function here. And on success, we will need to get the data as well as the property name, owner ID, text, tenant ID, and sender name. We need to invalidate our queries for contacted properties and conversations. And then we'll emit a send message event, passing that data. And finally, we are going to want to navigate to our messages screen. And I haven't implemented this yet, so that's why it's giving me these errors, but I will do that after we create these different queries and mutations. So that is going to be it for the use create conversation mutation. Next thing I'm going to create is the use contacted properties query. So use contacted properties query. These will be the imports. We're going to fetch properties via a user ID, and we'll just return the data response here. And if there's no ID, then we will just return an empty array. Then we'll export the use contacted properties query hook. We need to get the user from use user, and then we'll call use query. The query key will be our contacted properties query key. We'll call fetch properties, passing in the user ID, and we'll need to set retry to false. Then we need to get the data from our query info, and then we need to set the liked field to true on any properties that are liked by the user. And then finally, we'll just return the query info and the data. Now I'm going to create a new query. It's going to be called use conversations query. These are the imports. And then we'll create a new type called conversations res. And this is what the response will look like from our server. And here for fetching conversations, we're going to fetch those via a user ID. If there is no user ID, we will just return an empty array. Otherwise, we need to get the response from our server and then transform that response. So for each of the conversations, we are needing to get the recipient name, and this is going to represent the person other than yourself in the conversation. So if the user ID is equal to the tenant ID, then the recipient name is going to be the name of the property or the street, city, and state of that property. It could also be the owner's name, but I just decided to go with the property name instead. Otherwise, we need to handle the case where it is the owner on the phone and it is their side of the conversation. So the recipient name is going to be the tenant first name and last name whenever that exists. Otherwise, it's just going to be the tenant's email. And then we need to push that into this data variable, which is going to be of the transformed conversation type. And finally, we will return that data. Now, underneath this function, we will export the use conversations query, and this is what it will look like. Now I'm going to go create my final query called use selected conversation query. Here are our imports. We'll create a conversation res type here as well. Now for fetching the conversation, we'll need to get a conversation ID passed in, and optionally we'll have a user ID passed in. And then we'll need to get the response from our server, and then we'll need to get the data from that response. And from that, we'll create a tenant author and an owner author object. And then we will go through each message. And then for each message, we'll create a new message. And we're going to have to set the author to either owner author or tenant author, depending on the sender ID. And then we're just going to push that message into this messages array. And then we'll create a new conversation variable below and return that. And beneath that, we will export the use selected conversation query. All right, now I need to go create some new screens. So let me go do that. I'm going to go into the screens folder, and this one is just going to be called conversations screen. Now here, we'll just export this and we'll just return some text saying conversation screen. And we need to get that from here. All right, and then I'm gonna go into the message screen, and I'm actually gonna rename this to message property screen. And here I'm going to do the same thing. And then I'll create another screen called messages screen. And we're just going to do the same thing that we did here, except we need to change this. All right, now I'm going to go into index and change some things here. So this is no longer message screen, so it's message property screen. And that should be good. Now I'm going to have to go and change that down below. Here, this is no longer going to say message, but message property. And message property screen. And then I'm going to bring up types as well. So here, this is no longer message, but message property. And we can add in the conversation screen and the messages screen. So conversation screen and messages screen. Now I'm going to go down to the bottom to my account stack navigator and add in two new screens. One is going to be for conversations. The other is going to be for messages. And now I'm going to need to go into types and add those within the account tab param list. So down here in the account tab param list, conversations will have no parameters, but messages will need a conversation ID and a recipient name. Now I'm going to go into linking configuration and make some changes here. Now here for account, I'm going to replace this. So we're going to replace that with account root. The initial route name is going to be account, and then we will have these different screens here. And now here for message, this will now be message property, and I'm going to say message property here as well. Alright, so that's going to be it for the linking configuration. Now I'm going to go into the saved screen, and we are going to show the contacted properties for the contacted section. Alright, so here I am on my saved screen, and I'm going to navigate there in the app. And whenever I go to this contacted tab, I want to see the properties that I have contacted. So here I'm going to import use contacted properties query. And for contacted properties here, I'm just going to call that query. So use contacted properties query, and then we can go down below, and here if contacted properties dot is loading, we need to return loading as well. And then we need to go wherever we were searching for active index equal to 1. So if contacted properties dot data and the length of that data is greater than 0, we just need to return those contacted properties in a flat list. Alright, so now I'm just going to go to saved and then contacted, and here we can see the different contacted properties. So now I need to set up a new tab within the account screen so that I can get to my messages. So I'm going to go to the account screen, and then I'm going to search for account buttons, and I'm going to add a new one in here so that it's labeled messages, and whenever it's pressed, we are going to go to our conversation screen. Alright, so with that created, let's go to the messages screen, and here we can see the conversation screen. So let's start to build this thing out. Now I just need to go there, and I'm actually going to close down a bunch of these tabs. So within the screen, I'm going to need to add in these different imports. I'm going to create my styles underneath the screen, and then I am going to get the user, the conversations, and navigate. Now, if no user exists, we need to return the sign up or sign in screen. And if conversations is loading, we need to return loading. And then if there are no conversations, then we need to say that they have no messages. Otherwise, we are going to want to return a flat list here. We're going to set shows vertical scroll indicator to false, and then the data is going to be the conversations data. And then underneath that, we are going to set the key extractor to the item ID, which is just going to be the ID of the conversation. And then we're going to render out the items, and each item is going to represent a message. So the parent component is going to be a pressable component, and then we're going to have a row within that, and that row will have the recipient name as well as a date, and then beneath that we'll have the last message that was sent. Now for the handle message press, we're just going to want to navigate to the messages screen, and we're going to want to pass in the conversation ID and the recipient name. And now we just need to create these different styles, and these different styles will have these different fields. Alright, so now if we go back into the conversations, we will see these different conversations that I have had when testing out this in the past. So now we need to go, and if we press on one of these, we're just going to get our messages screen. So we'll need to build that one out. So I'm going to go there now. I'm going to add in my imports, and then beneath this I'm going to create my styles. We're only going to have one style here. Then I'm going to set the props that this component will have, And here at the top, I'm going to get the title from the passed in recipient name. And here, if it includes this %20 or just a % at all, I'm going to replace that with an empty space. So that's going to happen whenever a user presses on a notification and they get taken to the screen and the recipient name has spaces in it. So with that done, we just want to set the header for this page to the title here, which is just going to be the recipient name. Then we need to get the user, the selected conversation, and the create message mutation. If there is no user, we'll send the user a sign up or sign in screen. If the conversation is loading, we'll return loading. And if there is no conversation, we'll say that we were unable to get the chat. Underneath of this, we'll create a function which will be called handle send pressed, and it will just create a mutation to create a message. Now, instead of returning that text, we are going to return a chat component. The messages will be the conversation data messages. On send press will be this handle send press function. The user will be the author within the conversation data. The send button visibility mode will be set to always. We are going to enable animation, and the text input props will be these text input props. And then for our theme, we will just have these different values. Now I just need to go back and let's test this one out. So here, if we just say hello and we send that off, that's going to update, and that will actually be stored in our database, and the recipient or the owner of 879 Loma Verde Avenue, that apartment, they just got a message saying hello. So there's another way that we can create messages, and that's going to be on the message properties screen. So I'm going to go there and make some changes. So here we are going to get the use conversations query and the create conversation mutation, and we'll have to import both of those. Underneath this if statement, we'll create another if statement saying if conversations is loading, we'll return loading, and we'll have to import that as well. Next, we'll create a function to navigate to the message screen, and this is important, set initial to false, otherwise it won't render the back button. Here we'll create a condition to check and make sure that no conversation exists between the user and the property already. And we're doing that because on this screen is where you actually create a conversation, and if they already have a conversation created, we don't want them to create another new one. Now underneath of this, we're going to create another function called send message, and in that we're just going to mutate the create conversation mutation. And now here we're getting this error because I haven't added user ID to property yet. So I'm just going to copy that, go to my property type, and add that in. So properties right there, and that is actually required, and it is a number. Now I just need to go down to the submit, or this on submit function within this format component, and I'm just going to call send message, passing in the values, well, values.message into that function. And now I need to go and find a property to test this out on. Alright, so now I'm going to go and test this out. So I just set up a new property with a different account. So this is jp12@c.com, and here if I go there with jp11, then we will send a message to jp12. Alright, so it's in Las Vegas, and here we will go and create a new message. Okay, so we've got something going on there. So let's go to the message screen. Okay, so that's going to be in the contact section within the property details section. And we have a row here displaying buttons. So we just need to change out this row, or really we just need to change out the navigation, and that's just message. We're going to the message property, passing in the property ID. So now if we go there, we had sent this. Now we'll say, hey, I like your property. And we'll send off this message. And I just got this notification here saying, hey, I like your property. Let's go check this out. And here I'll just say, thanks. And here, so here you can see on iOS it's working fine, but on Android there does seem to be some type of delay. So it looks like I just needed to refresh the app running on my Android phone to get this to work. So here, if we say that, we're going to get these notifications, and yeah, that's pretty much how you can implement chat into your React Native application. In this video, we will be adding authentication and authorization into our application. So I'm going to get started in my server, and the first file I'm going to go to is tokens within the utils folder. And in here, I'm going to create a new function. I'll go ahead and create it under create forgot password token, and it will be called create token pair. For this function, we're going to have to go into our environment variables and add in two new variables. So the first variable is going to be access token secret, and the second one will be a secret for the refresh token. So with those added, go ahead and navigate back to tokens, and within create token pair, we're going to create an access token signer and a refresh token signer. Then we will create the refresh claims for the refresh token. And I'll have to import string converter. Then I'll create the access token claims. So for this, I'm going to have to create a new struct here for the access token. And that's just going to have an ID, which will be a uint. Now we need to create our access token and our refresh token. Then we'll create a token pair and assign the access token and refresh token respectively. And at the bottom here, we will return the address to the token pair and nil. And now here, whenever we create this token pair, we want to store it in a Redis cache. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to write up the code for that. So we need to go into storage and create a new file. I'm going to call it redis.go. And the package here is storage. Now I'm just going to need to import Redis from GoRedis, and then I need to get that package. Then I'm going to create a variable called Redis, which will be a Redis client pointer. And then I'll create a function for initializing Redis. Now I'm going to go into main.go so that we can actually initialize that. So here, underneath initializing other storage options, we're going to say storage.initialize Redis. And we can go back into tokens now. Now after we've created our token pair, we just need to store the refresh token in the Redis cache. So we'll import storage here, and then we need to create a variable called background context. So I'm just going to do that up here, and we just need to import context for that. So what we're saying here is that we just want to set the refresh token as a key, and for the value, we're just going to set true as a string just to signify that it is within the Redis cache. And here I'm just setting this to expire or delete from the cache 5 minutes after the refresh token is no longer valid. Now, because our access token expires every 24 hours, we're going to have to create a function to refresh this access token. And what we're really going to do is we're just going to refresh both the refresh token and access token. And whenever that happens, we'll just get rid of the refresh token from our Redis cache. So for that, I'm going to create a new function. I'm going to call this refresh token. And for this, I'll have to import iris. Beneath this, I'll create a new struct for the refresh token input. And then within this function, we need to get the verified token. We need to stringify that token. And then we need to get that token from our Redis cache. If the token error is not nil, we'll send back 404. And if the value from our cache is not equal to a stringified true, we're going to send back the status code of forbidden. Now, if we get to this point, it means that the refresh token was valid. So we need to delete it from our cache. We need to get the user ID from the claims of the token. And then we need to create a token pair. And then we'll send that token pair back to the user. All right, so with these created, I'm going to go into main.go and add some stuff here. All right, so we need to create an access token verifier, just like we did with reset token verifier. So I'm just going to add this underneath the reset token verifier. And we're going to need to do the same thing for a refresh token verifier. So I'm going to add that underneath the access token verifier. And then we're going to create a new extractor for the refresh token. So back in our prior function, this refresh token function, we were able to get the verified token here from our context. So this is just going to allow us to do that. So I'm going to add that here. And now we need to go and use these different middlewares in our routes. So down beneath notifications, I'm going to create a new route for the refresh token function, and I'm going to assign the refresh token verifier middleware to act upon that route. And before we add the access token verifier middleware to any of these other routes, I'm going to create a new file within utils called middleware. Within this, I need to add these imports. So what this function is going to do is it's going to get the ID from the URL parameters, and then it's going to get the claims from the access token, and it's going to make sure that those are the same. So if they aren't the same, we're going to send a status code of status forbidden. Otherwise, we'll just say context.next. We're going to call that. So we'll go ahead and save that, and then over here, we'll use it on any of these routes where the user ID is getting passed into the parameters, and that same user ID is going to be from the current user. So let's get started on adding these middlewares to these different routes. So here, for the saved properties of a particular user, we need to have the access token verifier middleware and the user ID middleware. Same thing for the saved properties. Same thing for patching a user's saved properties. We're going to do the same thing for the push token. Same thing for notifications. And the same thing for contacted properties. Okay, now down here in property, we're going to do the same thing for getting properties by user ID. For deleting a property, we can only use the access token verifier middleware. So because we can't verify that the person making the delete request is the actual owner of the property through the use of this user ID middleware, we have to go into the delete property function and do that here. So within this function, before we delete the property, I'm going to get it from our database, and then I'm going to make sure that the user ID within this property is equal to the ID from the access token claims. And I just need to import JWT here. And if all of that checks out, then we will proceed in deleting the property. And here, I think I just need to add v12 right there. And this is all good. So now let's go back to main.go and continue adding middleware. For updating a property, we're going to be doing the same thing. And we have to go into update property. Now here, underneath this property variable, we are just going to check that the user ID of the property is equal to the claims ID from that token. Now we'll save that, go back to main.go. We'll do the same thing here for patching an apartment. We'll do the same thing here for patching an apartment. And we'll go into update apartments, and we'll make sure that the user ID and claims ID are the same. And go back here. For creating a review, we just need to add the access token verifier middleware just to make sure that a user is actually logged in and has an account. And we will go ahead and add the access token verifier middleware for creating a conversation. And we need to go into this function, and we'll need to make sure that the sender ID is equal to the claims ID within the token. So underneath reading this JSON, we will add in that logic to compare the sender ID and the claims ID. Now go back to main.go, and we'll do something similar here for getting a conversation ID. And we'll go ahead and add this logic when there is a result here. Now for getting a conversation by a user ID, we can add in the user ID middleware as well as that access token verifier middleware. And for creating a message, we will just add in the access token verifier middleware. And then here within create message, we're going to do the same thing that we did for create conversation. So we just need to make sure that the sender ID is equal to the claims ID. And with all of these added, we still haven't sent back the tokens whenever we are logging in the user. So we need to go and do that. Let's go into user.go. And down at the bottom of this function, I'm just going to create a new function to return a user. So I'll create that function here. It's just going to get a token pair, and then it will send back the user based upon the passed in user and the context. Now we just need to implement this every time that we are returning a user within our functions above. So let's go to those. All right, so here's an example. All right, so that looks like it hit every function where we are returning a user. And with that done, we are done with this main server. So I need to go ahead and open up a new instance of VS Code. And we need to go to our chat server. So let's go there. And for this, I'm just going to go into index.ts. In here, I'm going to need to add in that access token secret. to my environment variables. And let me go back here. And then I'm also going to need to install a new package for JWTs. So we'll go ahead and say yarn add JSON web token. And we need to add in the types for that as well. All right. Now let's import JWT from JSON web token. And I'm going to go create a new type for the JWTs. So this is what a JWT will look like. And really all that we'll care about is the ID here. So let's go back into index and let's import JWT from our types. And then we need to go down into here where we are connecting. I'm just going to say console.log new connection. And then all right, I'm just doing this for whenever we deploy our server, but what we really care about is whenever we are sending a message. So whenever we send a message, we're going to send the access token in this auth object, and here we'll just be getting that token. And then once we have that token, we need to verify that the token matches with our access token secret, and based upon that, we will take the proper actions. So I'm just going to move everything that we have here into this function. And then within this function, I'll say if there is an error, we will return. And then I'll create a new condition so that if the decoded JWT ID is equal to the sender ID, we will do all of this other stuff. So let's go ahead and move this up. And that should be it for our chat server. Now we need to go into our React Native application and change our mutations and queries so that they add the access token to their requests. So let's go and open up a new VS Code window. And let's head there. All right, so now that I am in my application code, I'm actually just going to go into my user types first and modify this so that we add an access token and a refresh token. So those will both be required strings. So with that done, let's go into our hooks and then our mutations so that we can add in our access token to these requests. So within here, where we are creating this create conversation function, we need to add another parameter here for the token. And when we make this post request, we need to add in some headers. And then for the authorization header, we just need to add in a bearer token. And that token is going to be the passed in token. And we will pass that token in using our user. So const user equals use user from our hooks. And then here where we are creating our conversation, after this object, we'll say user dot access token. Now let's go into use create message mutation and do the same thing. All right, let's do the same thing for create property mutation. We'll do the same thing with create review mutation. We'll go ahead and do the same thing with deleting the property. Now let's go into edit apartments mutation and do the same thing. Do the same thing for editing a property. And we'll do the same thing for saving a property. All right, so now that we've done this for all of the mutations, we have to do it for the queries now. So let's go do it for use contacted properties query. Do it for use conversations query. Do it for use my properties query. Do it for use saved properties query. And do it for use selected conversations query. All right, so that's going to be it for the mutations and the queries. Now we need to go and modify some of our other backend requests or our function calls. So let's go into our user service, and we'll need to do something similar to some of these functions. So here for alter push token, we are now going to be taking in an access token. So this will be token is equal to push token. And here we need to specify that the headers are authorization bearer than the access token. Now we need to do the same thing here for alter allows notifications. And let's go and create another service for refreshing our token pair. So I'm just going to call this tokens.ts. Here we'll need to import Axios and endpoints. And shoot, I don't even think we've added this endpoint to our constants, so we'll have to do that first. And I'm just going to add it right here. So we'll have refresh and then the refresh token endpoint. And then down here, we'll create a new endpoint called refresh tokens. And while we're at it, I'm going to change some of these other endpoints. So for create property endpoint, in a prior video, we got rid of the word create at the end. So let's change that here. Create conversation. So here at the end, we need to get rid of this. The reason we're doing that is because on iOS, it will redirect if we do that. And when it redirects, it loses the header information. And the last one is create message. All right, so with that done, let's go back into tokens and let's create our function. So we'll create refresh tokens. It needs to take a refresh token in as an argument. And then we just need to call the refresh tokens endpoint, passing in the refresh token. And that will return us a token pair. Now let's go into use user. And here for alter push token, just add in user.access token. Same thing for alter allows notifications, and here we need to do the same thing. And here, because our users on our devices currently don't have an access token, just comment this out for the catch block. All right, now I'm going to go into the saved screen and just fix something. So here, saved properties.refetch, whenever we log out, and then log back in, it doesn't really refetch the contacted properties either. So that's a problem. So we'll just do this as well. So that's it for the save screen. Now let's go back into app.tsx and make some changes here. So user object, this is going to be of the user type. And here for socket.auth, we need to set the access token. So within this useEffect hook, we are going to fetch the user a new token pair, so a new access token and a new refresh token based upon their current refresh token. So we'll do that right here. We'll need to import refresh tokens. And then here, I'm just going to cut this out for a minute, and we'll say if new tokens. Then we want to assign the user object the new access token and the new refresh token. Then we'll say securestore.setItemAsync to the user. And then we can set the user object right here. Alright, so that's going to be it for the modifications. Now let's go and test this thing out. In this video, I'm going to teach you guys how you can put your servers onto a DigitalOcean virtual machine. The process is very similar if you want to use any other cloud provider, but today I'm going to be using DigitalOcean. So with that out of the way, let's get started. First thing that I'm going to do is go ahead and get a free domain. So the site that I'm going to use for that is called freenom.com. In this input box, I'm going to search for a new domain. So I'm going to search for apartments clone and check the availability. And then from here, we can search for different extensions. So apartmentsclone.tk looks like it's available. So I'm going to get that one. Apartmentsclone.tk. And here we can see that it is selected, so I'm going to go to checkout. Here, let's go with 12 months, and let's just continue. And then enter in your email address. They're going to send you a verification link, so go to your email address. All right, and here we can see their email. So before completing your order, please confirm by pressing the following link. So I'm just going to press this, and now I'm taken to this review and checkout. And here you can just BS these credentials. So Alright, so from here, just go to Services, My Domains, and now go to Manage Domain. And from here, go to Management Tools, then Name Servers, and we're going to be using custom name servers. So leave this tab open and then go to DigitalOcean. And if you have an account, log in. Otherwise, you need to sign up for an account. And if you don't have an account, I'm actually going to put a link in the description. And if you click on that link and then sign up with it, you'll get $200 of free credit for the next 60 days. So I'm just going to log in. All right, so after signing up, you'll have your credit up here in the top right. And then you'll probably have something like this, the first project. So I already created my first project, so I'm going to create a new one. This is just going to be called apartments. Tut. Purpose. This is going to be a service or API. Let's create the project. Move existing apps. We'll skip that for now. Alright, so now we're going to want to create a new droplet. Alright, so here we are going to just choose whichever data center we're closest to. And then the OS is going to be Ubuntu. Let's go ahead and choose the least costly option. And I'm going to go with the regular SSD. Here we could do $4 a month, but we've got the free credits, so let's use that. The authentication method that you're going to want to use is an SSH key. This is really easy. All you're going to have to do is just go into new key and follow these instructions. So pretty much you just go into your terminal or PowerShell. You do SSH-keygen. You'd enter in the file which you want to save the key, and it's going to default to this. Press enter and then press enter again, and then it's going to give you the public key, and then you just place that public key into this input box, and there you go. You're all good. So with that done, you're going to want to just create the droplet. Alright, so here we have this droplet, and here is the IP address for that. So I'm just going to click into this. I'll copy this, and we can go into our terminal or PowerShell if you're on Windows, do SSH, and then we're going to go root at the IP address. And are you sure you want to continue? Yes. And here I am now in this droplet that I just created. So for right now, I'm just going to leave this alone, and I'm going to go and point my domain to this new virtual machine. So let's go and look at the documentation for that. So DigitalOcean DNS. We just want to add these as the name servers in Freenom. So we'll do that one. NS2, and pretty sure this is NS3. And then we will just change over the name servers. Alright, so now we have apartmentsclone.tk active, and the name servers are switched to DigitalOcean, so that's all good. Now we just need to go into DigitalOcean and create some of the DNS records. So I'm just going to move this documentation over to the right and have this open on the left. Add a domain here, and now that we're here, let's enter in our domain name and add in that domain. Now here we'll say @ and then we'll point that to our VM. We'll create that, and then we'll do a wildcard, and we'll point that to the VM as well. Create that, and that's all for IPv4. Next we want to do IPv6. Now, okay, the droplet doesn't have an IPv6 address, so let's go enable that really quickly. Alright, so with that restarted, let's enable this. And now let's go back into the project. add a domain, apartmentsclone.tk, and go to quadruple A. And we'll do the same thing here. Create the record, and we'll do wildcard, and the same thing. Okay, so with these added, we need to go and turn this VM back on. So go back to the project and go into this, turn this on. On my other VM, the IPv6 address was already there. I didn't have to enable it, so that might just be an extra step. All right, now we can SSH back into our server. So let's just test it out with the IPv4 address. And there we see it works. So now we can test it out using the domain name. So we'll say SSH root at apartmentsclone.tk. And the authenticity can be established. Are you sure you want to continue connecting? Yes. And there we can see that apartmentsclone.tk is now hooked up to our virtual machine. So with that done, we need to install Docker onto our virtual machine. So I'm going to go to the Docker documentation. Here, I'm just going to follow the documentation that they have listed. All right, now we just need to verify that Docker is in fact installed. And there we go, hello from Docker. So Docker is now installed on the virtual machine, so we can clear that. And now we need to install Redis and Postgres. So I'm just going to look up the documentation for that as well. All right, now we can say redis-cli, and there it is working. So Redis is now good to go. And I think it's just exit here. And now we just need to install Postgres. All right, now I'm going to make sure that it's started. All right, so now let's switch users to Postgres. And there we see that, so pSQL. So now that Postgres is installed, I'm actually just going to go to my local database on my local machine and download the contents of the database, and then I'm going to put it onto this server. And then I'm going to create the same credentials that I have locally as what I have there. All right, so here we have apartments, apartment server, and we're using apartment server DB, or at least I was in my project. So here I'm going to go with backup. For this, I'm going to make the format tar. And here I'm just going to say apartment server DB backup. All right, so now it's backed up and it's going to be in my home repository. So there we see it. So now I just need to open this in the terminal. So now in my local terminal, I'm going to say SCP apartments server DB backup, and then I'm going to point that to root at apartmentsclone.tk, And then here we need to specify the location we want to send that. So I'm going to send it to home in the home directory of this virtual machine. And I'm just going to press enter. And now if we go to the terminal on the VM and we do ls, we're not in the home, I guess. So let's go to home and ls, and there we see apartment server DB backup. So that worked. Now we just need to restore this backup in Postgres. So here I'm going to switch user to Postgres, and then I'm going to enter in this command, which will create the database apartment server DB. And then I will enter in this command, pg restore, to restore the apartment server DB database with the backup. All right, so we're getting this error. The role apartments admin does not exist, so I'm going to need to create apartments admin before I can do this. So let's do that. And to do that, we're just going to use the create user command, and then enter in the password that you were using for your .env file in your server. All right, with the user created, I'm now going to restore the database. We got something here. So psql, let's just list all of the databases. All right, so -c apartment server DB. Okay, so within apartment server DB, let's just select everything from users. And there we can see that we have some information of all of our users here. So let's quit out of there, select everything from properties. And same thing here. So we successfully restored our database onto our VM. Now we just need to Dockerize our chat server and our regular server. So for that, I'm going to open up VS Code and create a new file within this server. It's going to be called Docker file, and it's going to be in the root of the directory. And I'm also going to have another file in here called .docker ignore. And in here, I'm just going to have the access log. Now in the Docker file, we'll say from Golang 1.18. We'll make a directory for our application. We'll copy everything within our current directory into that directory, and then assign that directory as the working directory. We'll then build the server, and then we will run the server. Make sure that you have Docker installed on your local machine. And if you don't have an account already, go to Dockerhub and create an account. So to build this as a Docker image, we are going to run the docker build command, and then we're going to assign it a name tag. And for this, I'm going to preface it with my name that I use for Dockerhub, and then follow that with the name of the project. And then don't forget this dot at the end. And we will run this to build the image. So with this built, we can actually run it locally just to make sure that it works. So we'll say sudo docker run --net equals host. And we have to do this for the database to connect locally. And then we'll say Jeremy Persing /apartments clone server. And just change this or swap it out with whatever you called yours. And here we can see that everything is listening and working. So I'm just going to shut that off, and then I'm going to push that to my Docker hub. So sudo docker push, and then the image name. Now let's do the same thing with our chat server. Create your Docker file in the root of the project, and also create the Docker ignore file. And we're going to add in node modules, and we'll add in the npm debug log. In the Docker file, we'll say from node version 16. The working directory is going to be app. We're going to want to copy package wildcard.json to the root, run npm install, copy everything over, and then run npm start. And now we just need to build this just like we did with the other one. So sudo docker build -t, your Docker hub name followed by what you want to call it. And then followed by a period. So with that built, I'm going to push it to Docker Hub. So that is everything for the chat server and our regular server. Now we need to go into the VM, and we need to do Docker pull and pull both of those images. So let's switch back to root over here. And here I'm just going to say Docker pull that chat server name. And I'm going to do the same thing for the regular server. So Docker pull, I'll just paste in what I have here and get rid of the word chat. All right, so let's run Docker images to make sure that we have those both, and we do. So now we can clear the screen. So now we need to install nginx. So we'll do sudo apt-get install nginx, sudo apt-get install ufw. And now we're just going to allow nginx http and nginx full. So ufw allow nginx http, ufw allow nginx full. All right, now go to the etc directory, ls cd into nginx, ls cd into conf.d. No. All right, so now we need to create a new file within this directory. So I'm going to use Vim for that, and just name it the domain name that you picked. So apartments clone for me, followed by the extension, followed by conf. And here we'll say server, and then we need to give it a server name. And for this, it's going to be apartments clone.tk and www.apartmentsclone.tk, and follow that by a semicolon. Now we'll say location root needs to proxy pass to localhost port 4000, and that's because our main server is going to be running on localhost port 4000. And follow that with a semicolon. And now location for dash root socket.io is going to be a proxy pass. So here we are going to add all this stuff And then we'll close this out. Now we need to set up our SSL certificates. So go ahead and install python 3-certbot-nginx. So sudo apt-get install python 3 certbot-nginx. Then we need to allow port 80 and 83, or 443, my bad. And then here you can either do certbot-nginx, or what I'm going to do, which is register unsafely without email. Let's see, do you agree? Agree to this. We're going to leave this blank. All right, so those are now certified. And if we actually go into the nginx file, we can see that. So vim apartments clone, and we can see all this stuff here. So now let's go and create a cron job, which will update those SSL certificates every 3 months, because that's when they expire. So for that, we'll just follow along with what they have here. And select an editor. I like Vim. So here I'll go into insert mode, and I will add this in. Do :x to save as is, and then we can clear this. I'm going to cd, and before we start those Docker containers, we need to restart nginx. So we can do that with nginx-s reload. So now let's run our main Docker image just to make sure that it works and everything's okay. So we'll say Docker run the chat server, or not the chat server, but the regular one. And okay, so failed to initialize database, got an error. Right, so it looks like I think I created the wrong user. So I'm going to create a new user with this name and the prior password. All right, so for this, I'm gonna have to switch to Postgres. All right, now let's give this a try. Now let's run the Docker image. So we'll do Docker run --net equals host. And there we can see that we are now running a Docker container. So if I go to apartments clone .tk, I should now get sent to not found. But if I hit an endpoint, which I set up, so API/location/search, and then we need to specify a location, so I'll say Miami, then we will get back information. And here we can see exactly what's being requested and the response status. So that is now working. So we can clear this and run it in the background. And we can do the same thing for the chat server. And now let's say Docker. Now we just have to go to our application code for the Expo app. Apartments clone. So within our application code, go to your constants file, and we have to change out the server URL and the chat URL. So let's add those new URLs above the commented out ones, and this is what they are going to look like, except I need to change out ML with TK. And now I can start up my application and it should work. So I'm going to do this in the terminal here. Alright, so here in my application, I can go to my messages and I see my messages, and this is all coming from the server that we just stood up, that new virtual machine. So if I want to go and add a property, I can do that. And we can just go back now, and then I can also view my properties. I can see which properties I have saved. I can see my contacted. I can search for properties. Let's just cancel that one and go here. I can send messages. And I can also receive messages, like you'll see here. So with that demonstrated, that's going to sum up this video, and it's also going to sum up this series. So thank you very much for watching this video, and if you watched the series, thank you very much for watching that too.